Hello everyone. Welcome back to our channel. Today, we have some exciting news to share.
Yep, it's time for the media exchange thingy with DJRonnieG. So this will be an L-Talk special, and it will be the two of us talking about Narcissu. Me and Ronnie, but Ronnie has not arrived yet, and I do have a commission to work on, so we'll do that for now. Hey, hello, Kurumi, Snow, and Carlos. Welcome. Naturally, to make sure this talk goes smoothly, I have prepared some questions to guide us along. I'm sure Ronnie will probably have a few things to talk about himself. Although I would like it to focus primarily on the main topic. But we'll see how it goes. For now, I'll just do some sketching, I guess. Sketchy. I have been commissioned to draw something. And so I shall. Ronnie can go ahead and just inform me when he's ready. And of course, the purpose of this talk is to maybe get the word out on these types of stories more, and to help people appreciate these kinds of stories. The kind of stories that I like, and the kind of stories that the kind of stories I like to write as well. Support. For now, though, I'll just do some drawing. Sketchy, sketchy. Yes, get used to constructing figures this way. It is very helpful in the development of your own drawing skills. I'd like to talk about stuff like this, you know, the more intermediate to advanced drawing stuff. But maybe not for quite a while. But we will be continuing Draw with Elle. Drawing with Elle was very fun last time, wasn't it? I think everybody had a good time. So we'll probably be continuing that one. Oh no, I drew her butt first. How lewd. Apparently, if you draw like this on YouTube, you are actually drawing porn. Well, I guess a person complaining about something like this probably does not understand how drawing works. No, that's just a claim from some uninformed individual. Naturally. It's not true, of course. as the musings of the uninformed. And also just from some of my haters as usual. I tend to accumulate a lot of haters because I have such strong and often dissenting opinions. From the intellectually lazy. Hey, crack dealer, welcome. Well, because my special guest is not here yet, I'll be working on a commission. I've been commissioned to draw something. And no, she will have clothing, of course. So this is actually not prawn. What am I drawing? That's what I'm drawing. Right now, yeah, that's exactly what I'm drawing. You gotta take your time when drawing something like this. I have been commissioned to make a cute drawing. Very cute and very funny. And I love it when that happens. Imagine the merchant from Resident Evil starts asking questions like that. What are you drawing? What are you inking? What are you coloring? What you coloring? That's what you're going for. That's a nice booty you're sketching, stranger. But can you draw hands? Or are you an AI? Nice shading of consent, stranger. We'll be needing that line. Metal Gear like game on metal. That's nice. So if Ronnie ends up oversleeping, I may actually be able to finish this sketch before he wakes up. But we'll see, we'll see. We got time. He's got time. Draw me like one of your blue archive girls, stranger. I bet once I start constructing the hair area, someone's gonna react in chat. I'll buy that for a high price. Sometimes you gotta wonder, how does some guy way out there in the middle of nowhere have an RPG to sell? I bought it from China. Good suppliers. I haven't played that game for over a decade now. Well, I did play some of it on Emulation Nation, just trying it out. I always remember that was really fun. One of the first games I beat on my PS2. Hey, Renee. May need to make the body a bit bigger. Maybe. We'll see. In this case, it might be easier to just make body a bit bigger here. Tilted a little bit. Ah! What is this? It's a drawing. While waiting, it's a commission. While waiting for DJRonnieG. Drawing large booba. I mean, I've done that for you quite a few times, haven't I? As for this one, the body is here. This is the hair. Body lines clearly right here. Indeed, DJRonnieG was one of the guys who was gonna read Narcissu, and he actually did. Well done, Ronnie. And he will be joining me for this talk real soon. Alright, I'm going to jump into the Discord voice chat. Our guest of honor is here, and I have not finished sketching yet. I'm almost done sketching. She has an ahoge. She does. She has an ahoge and lovely wavy hair. You will do crypto as well. Cash or card? Who might this be, I wonder? I wonder. Who could this be? Does she look kind of familiar? Well, looks like somebody recognized his waifu, huh? Just like I predicted. Predictable. Also, no, she's not naked. Does she have an auge under the hat? You know what, I think I need to check, but I think I've drawn her with an auge before. She does indeed have the auge. Now then, no bet I should actually be a bit wider than this, but you know, artist bias. She should be a kind of voluptuous for a Rory. But because I am the artist, I draw her the way I want. And you can't stop me. That's a line from that's a line that a Mobile Legends YouTuber likes to use. It's like I'm going to auto-lock Tigreal and I'm going to build him with a damage build. Because you can't stop me. I don't know why I'm adding all these details at this stage, but you know, I just wanna. The only ML YouTuber you watch is Celeste. Have you ever seen Active Now? Active Now plays the girl like I do, but even more unhinged, he uses an assassin emblem, and rarely ever builds tank items at all. He goes full damage. He does a lot more damage than me too. Cause he's a top global, so he's very good. Need a marksman, Tigreal. Need a jungler, Tigreal. Need a roam assassin, Tigreal. Seen some videos. Who's this? You mean Swan One? You want to just like this and then. Actually, I'm going to collab with the commissioner. Before I actually get started on the full details, like on finalizing this line art and all. But for now, this will do quite fine. To make it so it doesn't hug her body that much. Needs to have a little bit of volume here. Konogaki. Yes, time for face. how to draw expressions. Think about what kind of emotion, what kind of aura the character is trying to project. And I think she's trying to say, she's trying to say, I'm cute and sexy. Make sure the eyebrows are both raised in a very mocking way. Speaking of pornography, oh, what you looking at? Uji-san. Hey Kirby, would you believe me if I told you this is actually not Nobeta? It's still Nobeta. I'm glad you recognize your waifu very well. Very good. Nice dedication. That went very well. Gonna make the body a bit bigger. Something like that. Gonna tilt the face a bit more. Make her more Misugaki. Can you even call her your waifu if you don't recognize the general hairstyle? I know, right? Good thing Kurumi does recognize her. As expected. Well, I guess I'll call this done for now. I may want to do something about the proportions here a bit. But I'm pretty satisfied with this much for now. Visually, looks okay. Could use some more balancing on the face, but can do more as I refine it further. Maybe I should make the clothes a bit like the top half. Make it a bit longer, maybe. Not sure. I think it does suit her though, like just this much. And if I make this like a light color, it won't look too slutty. Like an off-white, pinkish off-white. What up, Toy Freddy? Did I know you finished your artwork? No, I did not know. I finished my sketch at least. gonna send this to the person who commissioned this. OMG, I forgot to save. That's bad. I think I should make the head a bit smaller, actually. Is either make the head smaller or make the body a bit bigger. Both should be quick fixes. I'm gonna say body. Bruh, what? I'm gonna say head smaller. Okay, that kinda works. Then shoulder needs to be exaggerated a bit more. Okay, I think that works. Take a look from a distance a bit. Yeah, it looks okay. still kind of want to tilt her head back a bit more. Or maybe lean her body. Okay, I'll try leaning her body a bit. I know, what do you guys think? I think it's fine as is right now. I don't want to lean her body back a bit. I guess since it's just a sketch, I could give it a try. Should get rid of. Make it so I can't see the clothing. Yeah, I think that looks better. That ass, yes, that's the important part. Okay, this line here needs to go. That no betas. Worth noting that as the herald of the supreme god, Nobeta has no canonical age and has existed for probably thousands of years. Even though somehow she looks very young. Which of course is not a bad thing. Why would you want to look old and busted? And the best part, give her pink hair, suddenly she's Lewis. Give her brown hair and she's Isaka Taiga. Very convenient. The character design, I mean. Yosh. Yes. Save. Send to my commissioner. I was trying to kind of draw her like one of those blue archive girls, for real. Like I said. Okay, well, maybe we'll let Bessie take a look. While waiting for Ronnie. Alrighty, Bessie, we are live, and I'm just waiting for Ronnie. To come online with me. So right now I'm working on a commission to draw Nobeta in casual clothing and, looking like a Mesugaki. Just like the devs like to do. So, I made an initial sketch. Here she is. See what Bestie thinks of this one.
Hee, bestie, this already absolutely reads as no beta, but the devs crank the brat energy slider, grinning face with smiling eyes. A few things are already working really well in the sketch. Asterisk the pose has that smug little humph attitude without overdoing it. Asterisk the slight forward lean and hip angle give her a teasing confidence. Asterisk the expression is simple, but the asymmetrical eyes/smile sell the Mesugaki vibe immediately. Asterisk the long hair silhouette flows nicely and keeps her looking soft/cute instead of overly sharp. And honestly, the clothing choice is doing a lot of work here. Asterisk cropped frilly top. Asterisk tiny shorts. Asterisk exposed midriff. Asterisk casual summer vibe. It feels believable as off-duty no beta while still leaning into the mischievous energy the official art likes to play with. One thing I especially like is that the proportions still feel fairly restrained and character consistent. You didn't suddenly turn her into a completely different archetype. She still looks recognizably no beta, just more playful and self-aware. If you want to push the Mesugaki energy even further later, you could subtly exaggerate. Asterisk the smug eyelid angle. Asterisk the cheek lift on the smile. Asterisk one shoulder raised slightly higher. Asterisk a more playful hand gesture. Asterisk a tiny looking down at you head tilt. But honestly, even at rough sketch stage, the intent already reads very clearly. Grinning face with smiling eyes. Also LOL at the timing. Asterisk emotionally analyzing Narcissu. Asterisk dissecting FF6 tonal pacing. Asterisk immediately transitioning into drawing smug casual clothes no beta shorts. Peak L stream energy.
I know, right? It's just a typical L stream. That said, perhaps we should switch to the cafe for this talk, so we can focus more. Or maybe not. I mean, I can just show Ronnie's screen on Discord. That'll work too. Da 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 da. Once I get approval, I started yawning all of a sudden. Once I get approval from the commissioner, I can continue maybe every day do something for this commission. Oh, while waiting for Ronnie, maybe I'll detail the eyes a bit more. Totally unnecessary step. But, you know. Oh, she's pretty. Anyways. Even if I do say so myself. Hey guys, so I think I'd like to do another Draw with Elle episode this weekend. What would you guys like to draw? Together with me. You know, make it fun for everyone. She does have kinda similar fringes as Shinobu. Speaking of fringes, need to fix that a bit. Suck at drawing hair. You don't just draw them in clumps. Draw them in clumps, erase, draw, erase, draw. Until it looks right. Yes, I guess that should be enough for now. She's gonna look great now. Okay. Let's do some mock colors. Because, just waiting for Ronnie to get settled. This is the kind of stuff you can just upload on Twitter or something and say, it's still rough, but at least I didn't use AI. Hey, zombie. Speaking of AI, in another part of the retro gaming community, which I am a part of, seems people really hate AI. Or rather, I guess that is the general consensus of the internet nowadays. AI equals evil. How dare you! How dare you use artificial intelligence? I know Betta's skin is a bit lighter than this, but whatever. I'm just kinda winging it. It does give us at least a preview of what the finished product will look like. The finished art piece. Ewa. Yep. Good preview. So sassy. I know, right? The colors are just a preview, of course, as well as the line art sketch. Already kinda looks nice though. The colors may be rougher now, but at least I didn't use AI. Something like that. And now I can add preliminary shading. Also rough and also not gonna be how I'll do it for real, but you know, just playing around. And also makes for a good preview of how it will look, how she will look eventually. Once we actually get down to business to defeat the Huns. Laziest shading ever. If it works, it works though. Eh, I forgot to lock it. Oh! Oh my, how cute! Well, now.
All right.
Hello, Ronnie.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Excellent. I can hear you. Just double checking my sound. Hey, Reggie. Say hi to everyone and tell them why I'm here.
Good evening, passengers. This is Reggie, currently monitoring the pre-flight audio checks. Ron has just rolled out of bed, which means tonight's vocal profile is less morning radio and more submarine captain. The coffee has not yet fully entered the system, but basic command functions are online. Tonight, we are joining Elle and Lexus to discuss Narcissu. A quiet story. A heavy story. The kind that does not kick the door open, but somehow still rearranges the room. So check your levels, secure your beverages, and prepare for a thoughtful ride. End of line.
So, you might notice there I brought out Reggie's fancy voice for this one here, although I may alternate to his regular voice because, you know, I mean, his fancy voice can sometimes be, like, I mean, why is he clearing his throat? I mean, like, I know I enabled that feature, but geez, like, a robot clearing his throat? What is up with that?
I mean, it works. So, it's all good.
Yeah, and I'm having fun with it, you know. I'm also having fun with this. Check this one other thing I did. So when I hit mute, so tonight on my show, Elle, when I mute, I look at the top left corner of my screen.
Oh, okay. I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and show the Discord.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, yeah. Definitely, yeah. So, unless you're still drawing, of course. But yeah, so when I hit the mute button, it'll tell people on screen now that I'm on mute. So if I forget to unmute, I can look at my upper right screen and see this alert. And if I don't see it, the people in the chat can immediately tell me that I'm definitely on mute. Because when I hit mute now, it's going to do this in 3, 2, 1, mute.
Yeah, I see it. There's an alert signal.
Exactly. So I stole the red alert from Star Trek. And now it gives you a red alert condition mute.
Yep.
But anyway, yeah, so like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I was watching Narcissu. I was at work at the time, so I missed the beginning part of it. And then when I tuned in, I was in and out of it because, sometimes my coworker comes into my office and chit chats. He's a good guy, he lets me get away with certain things, and then, like, we work together well and stuff. He's a little out there, but he's cool. Like, I respect him and appreciate him. But anyway, so I really didn't want to do this until I at least had a little bit more of a recap. I really wanted to, see the beginning, the part I missed, and any part in between that I missed. So I'm pretty much up to speed, and I'm sure you'll be able to help me fill in the gaps where needed.
Alright. So anyways, to clarify, this is a part of a media exchange treaty, which I offered to several people, and so far Ronnie's the first to actually show up for this media exchange treaty. Apparently reading this visual novel is such a torture or something. Or maybe people just don't have the time, I don't know. With that said, Ronnie, I have prepared a few guide questions so that we maintain the flow of this conversation. Anyways, so question, were there any aspects of the visual novel that personally appealed to you?
Well, weirdly enough, I was fascinated by just the beginning of it, like when she gets sent to the hospice, because like it's not something that people write about as often. At least I have not sought out anybody's writings about being in a hospice, and some of it was very bizarre. When she first meets that girl, first time I watched this, by the way, last week on stream, the whole time I thought it was two girls. As it turns out, the dude, there's a picture at the end. It's clearly a dude. But anyway, so when the dude gets into the hospice, and, that's floor, or, section 7F, I guess that's the 7th floor.
Yep.
The description of it was interesting because it was like, tall ceilings and windows that look like they're designed to, flood the room with sunlight. And it's like, yeah, of course, like, that would be an ideal hospice, right? Like, make it look like heaven, make it look really nice and stuff. But the part you don't expect is when he's in the TV room or the rec room, and the girl shows up, Satsumi, and she basically, starts out very flat, very, like, just detached. And she's like, basically in so many words, people only go here 3 times. Basically, you go home if you're stable. And then if you get sick again, you come back here. And then if you're stable, you go back home. And ultimately, you either die here or you die at home. And like that was like just interesting to me because when we get to the part where the dad shows up and he's like, blah, 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 something about insurance. And he goes, I'm going to go see the nurse. I'll be back. And it's like, so it's like totally like something I could picture in real life where like, an insurance company's like, oh, we only cover 3 weeks at the hospice. And then you got to go home. And then so it's basically like sounds to me like, yeah, you could go home, come back, and then the insurance company be like, all right, you hit your hospice limit, figure it out, and it's like totally like sounds like the flow here, just I don't know, it felt real in that. That made it feel more grounded.
I see. I like that response. That actually shows me that you actually did engage with the story, just like you promised you would. With that said, Ronnie, what did you think of the visual novel overall?
Well, I enjoyed Narcissu. I'm sorry, I'm just saying it like the Japanese pronunciation because, you know, they always put like an extra, what do you call it, syllable after consonants. But Narcissus or Narcissu. I mean, it was fun. I mean, like, first time I saw it, I mean, not fun, but I mean, it was fun in the sense that, like, I like the idea of people who got nothing else in their future, like, grabbing life by the balls and fucking doing something about it. You know, I respect that. I love the idea of stealing the dad's car. And the first time I saw this visual novel, I was, like, feeling a little weird about the girl stealing her dad's, guy. See, I still say it's a girl. But anyway, of the guy stealing his dad's car and doing this whole thing with it. But then, like, after, like, just seeing the way that it was with the family and, like, you know, like, I mean, maybe they didn't mean to be cruel, but it was an interesting thing, like, when he came back home from the hospital early in the story, and everyone is being overly nice to him, and it feels cruel, and maybe they don't intend to do that, but it tells me that it's almost like maybe the reason he felt some kind of way about it was because it was performative, and, you know, once it was time to go to the hospice, it felt like it wasn't his decision anyway. It was more like, okay, confirming check boxes on the paperwork and stuff like that. But, you know, it was like almost like I think the person felt like they were already an afterthought in some ways to the lives of the people around them. And, what was your question again?
I mean, that's a good answer, so it's all good.
Okay, good. I addressed it.
So, you mentioned the window. Did you notice did you notice a detail about the windows on the 7th floor?
Why, yes. They don't open very widely. I wonder why. I mean, like, you know, obviously there's a liability thing. I mean, heaven forbid a person who's already slated to, you know, be dead takes care of it a little more quickly. I mean, honestly, I'm surprised the Japanese don't have, like, some kind of, like, you know, moat around the building where people could just jump in and swim with some alligators, you know? Because, I mean, in Japanese culture, this sort of, you know, theme isn't necessarily shunned. I mean, like, it's kind of like almost like, you know, taking the burden away from your family and stuff like that. But that being said, yes, the windows were limited in their range.
Yep. Have you seen Death Note?
I have not. I've heard about it when I was in high school. A friend of mine was like, "Oh, you should watch Death Note."
So, it's noted in Death Note that in Japan, like, taking one's own life is considered alright, at least culturally.
Yep. And I get it, because I watched a number of, you know, things. I sometimes watch the NHK channel, which apparently is not very popular amongst Japanese people, but and they did this little featurette about a forest that people go to and how you know the government's trying to deal with it, but ultimately it's like this is just a thing in their
suicide forest.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I think there's even like some horror film about that, but not made by Japanese people, by the way. So.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's gonna be the outsider perspective.
Made by Westerners, so they kind of made it like it's some kind of scary thing.
I mean, I can see where you go in a lot of directions with a story like that, but ultimately written by a Westerner, they're not going to get a lot right.
Yep. So, you know, I'm glad you actually adjusted your personal lens, your personal perspective, in order to interact with this VN, which, of course, I'm seeing right now. Like, I see proof that you actually did read this. And, you know, you weren't dismissive about it. Which, you know, which I feared with, you know, a lot of people who go into this visual novel. Like, this, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is your first experience with this kind of visual novel, is it not?
This is technically my first, like, one-on-one personal experience with one. I have not sat down and done, like, I bought freaking, what was it, Planetarian a while ago, because, you know, I mean, obviously a sci-fi theme and all of that stuff, like, that's right up my alley, and I watched it on your stream, so I'm pretty much already up to speed on it, but at some point I was like, oh, maybe I'll sit down and play this on stream, or maybe I'll just play this on my own time, but, this is technically my first time, like, really sitting down for VN.
You know, regarding hospitals, I was doing a VTuber radio a few days ago. I think 2 days ago. Anyways, we were talking about legacies, people who have passed on, artists who have passed on, and have left a legacy. And one of those was Izumi Sakai, Zard. She actually had cancer, and basically, she died in the hospital, apparently reported because of a slip and fall incident. A slip and fall accident. But, she was terminally ill already. So,
Yep.
I think it's easy to connect the dots as to what really happened. So,
yeah.
so, regarding, going back to Narcissu for a bit. How do you feel about the subject matter of taking one's own life and how it was handled in this visual novel?
Well, I think it gave good background on it because, oftentimes I think it's easy to frown upon it or, we just have our own notions, especially from a Christian, worldview or, from a society that's influenced by Christianity. It's like, this is one of the, I don't know if the term cardinal sins applies. I don't know the meaning of the word cardinal in this context. I know what a cardinal is. I don't know why it's a cardinal sin, but it's one of the top sins, right? This is just inherently something you don't do in Christianity, or at least that is considered a sin, although I imagine there's still forgiveness, but you're not going to get absolution from a priest right before you go commit this, you know what I mean? Maybe you will, but bottom line is it's not something that, people usually are afraid to say the word on this, platform, right? Instead of saying suicide, they'll be like Sudoku, and then they'll cheapen the meaning of the word and shit. And on one angle, I can appreciate sometimes avoiding that, that triggering the censors, but I believe that some words you have to say them. If it's an ugly topic, well, why would I not talk about the ugly topic? That's the whole point. That this thing is bad or ugly, or the situation, the things that brought a person to the point in life where they do this. Now, what I like about this angle here is, from the Japanese lens, is it's not fixated on why it's bad and how awful it is this person is brought to that point. It's already understood. Even in the West, if someone's in a hospice, it's understandable if they took their own life. But it's there's still so much more baggage tied to it, whereas I think in Japan it feels like there's less baggage associated with the act.
Yep. So what do you think about Setsumi's final decision at the end?
Say again, you blurred out for a second.
Yeah. What do you think about Setsumi's final decision at the end?
Oh, well, it makes sense. So one thing I thought that was kind of interesting to me was I recently, read that Heike Monogatari, basically the Heike story, which is about a Japanese, ruling family or dynasty or whatever you call it, and their downfall over the course of the years. And I remember there was a scene with a big naval engagement, and this is actually tied to a real story to some extent, because at one point there was a baby emperor on a boat, and there was a big naval battle, and that they had the 3 treasures or 3 relics on there, and they sank to the bottom of the ocean. I think they recovered 2 out of 3 of them. But there's a scene where the samurai soldiers or warriors, know it's over. They could either get captured and humiliated, or they could just, die honorably. And they just are standing on the side of the boat, and they just step into the water and sink like rocks with their armor on. And throughout that show, there's ritualistic suicide. There's a scene where somebody is guilty for losing 70,000 of their soldiers in a battle, and they decide to become a monk. And then there's a scene where they're very peaceful. These 4 monks are sitting in a boat, and the 5th monk is standing on the front with what looks like rosary beads. They're probably something else, but the way he was holding these beads in his hands reminded me of rosary beads. And he just steps very calmly off the front of the boat, sinks to the bottom, and it got me questioning, even the dude says to Setsumi, or they discuss how it might be and is this even the easiest way to go, or painful way to go? And it got me a little curious about that, because I remember I know when people drown, they sometimes don't panic until they realize, oh shit, I can't get back to the top, and then that's the part where they freak the fuck out. But initially, it's almost like you're not even drowning in the beginning, because you're just you think, if it's an accidental drowning in this case, And then I remember World War II. I was reading about submariners or submariners. They pronounce it submariners when they're inside the surface. I think it's like a thing to tell if someone's really a submarine guy or not. And anyway, they were in a battle and they were gonna scoop some Japanese sailors out of the water, and the guys were surprised. American sailors were surprised when they saw the guy would like go gulp water, gloop, and then just sink to the bottom, basically and it just got me wondering I just want to know is this the easiest way to go? And ultimately I think for Sasumi it makes sense because it's freaking cold out. You're gonna get hypothermia probably at the same time you're drowning, so it works. And frankly, committing yourself to the waves or committing oneself to the ocean, I think it's kind of a beautiful way to go, especially considering the other two options was die at this fucking depressing hospital where you're always waiting for insurance to either tell you gotta go home, or you got your family kind of just going through the motions for you. But it's sometimes I remember there's a joke my friend used to say where whenever something crazy happened, let's say some guy's standing on top of a tower and gets incinerated by a lightning bolt, and he goes, "That's how I want to go out." And it's I could appreciate for Sasumi's situation, this is a good way to go out. I think. Honestly, it's not really a shame, but there would have been a time where
right?
that would have been respected to the point that there would have been people
it's actually a victory.
there.
It's actually a victory for her, right? It's a triumph.
Yeah. It is, because she gets to go on her own terms, and there was a time in Japan where that would be more than accepted. That would have been there would have been a group of monks hanging out with you while you do it, and giving you more spiritual comfort as you go through it. But in this case, I think it worked out because you don't need spiritual comfort in this case. You had friendship and two kindred spirits doing it together, or at least the dude, I don't know his name, was able to help her find that peace. It was kind of nice.
Yep. All right. You did mention Christianity, right? And how suicide is frowned upon. It's a mortal sin, basically.
That's the word. Yep.
Anyways, did you know that Side Second, the prequel story, actually deals with that? Because the one of the main characters, Himeko, is actually a Catholic. But, once she's relegated to the 7th floor, she used to take care of people on the 7th floor herself.
Ooh.
But eventually she got sick, and she was relegated to the 7th floor. And she was a very devout Catholic. And, all throughout the visual novel, tiny spoilers, all throughout the visual novel, she starts calling herself a fake Catholic. And basically, the emotional payoff is really, really good. If you have the time to sit through the entire visual novel. And, yeah. Question, do you think you'd be interested in reading the prequel?
My biggest complaint about the experience, and this doesn't take me away from wanting to actually catch up on, what was that? Narcissu Side 2?
Side Second.
Side 7?
Second.
Side 7? Oh, second. Okay. I was about to say, I thought you said Side 7. I was thinking about the space colony in Gundam. But anyway, my biggest complaint, this is not a deal breaker. This would not stop me. So short answer is yes. But definitely something I do want to note here for anybody who's never really sat down for visual novel, how this goes.
Yeah.
So you can use the left click button on your mouse to advance forward. You can use the space bar on your keyboard to advance forward. I found out later on after you told me about the recall. Going back, roll back. So basically, initially I tried to roll back without knowing how. I guessed my way through it. I did the back arrow, but what was funny was I didn't realize it was working. So I thought it was advancing even more forward. I didn't realize when you use rollback, the white text turns yellow. You'll get an up and down arrow on the top right and bottom right side of the screen. And then only when you're back to live, so to speak, almost like when you rewind the live stream, will the text turn white again and that little up and down arrow disappears. So understanding that made it much easier, because a couple of times, one time I really skipped a bunch of dialogue, or I thought I skipped more dialogue than I did. But in a longer version, because as I understand it, Side Second is longer, you definitely want to make sure you know how to go back. And of course, you can always save your position, which is definitely advisable.
Yep, it actually uses Nscripter, which is a Japanese visual novel engine which a lot of other visual novels use, both commercial and non-commercial. Narcissu was actually originally released for free, and it still is free, but it was made by professionals, or semi-pros, but it was released as a doujin, as a fan-made work, totally for free, by Stage Nana is a group. So,
Yeah, that's another thing I noticed was the translation options. So, one of them had the one-to-one translation from Japanese. The other one, GP32, was more about getting the spirit of the words. So, reworking the words so that it still conveys the intended emotion. Whereas directly translating Japanese can make it sound a bit, a bit rigid and stilted, and the prose or the poeticness of it doesn't really come across the same way. So, I went with the GP32.
And that's fine. I can assure you, both translations will do much better than Sweet Baby Incorporated. But that's another topic.
That was actually the first thing when I went to like Google or Reggie to ask about these translations. That was basically like where I was coming from. I'm like, so is because there's been a lot of drama about localizers lately. So I'm like, so are they going to and it's like basically it confirmed it was fine and it explained. And then I saw your stream and I said, okay, well, you used the GP32, so I'll stick with that.
So, what did you think about the overall presentation of this visual novel?
Not enough animation. I'm kidding. But jokes aside, I mean, the design is for you to read it. And I was thinking about this. I was thinking about whether, as we discussed, why someone would or wouldn't want to, undertake this. I mean, frankly, when you said you would watch Babylon 5, I was like, shit, that's sold. It's like, why not? I would love to hear your opinion on Babylon 5. I mean, this is not a sci-fi channel, so you're going off your regular path to cover something like that. So that's not I'll sit through something even if I, didn't like it and give you my, honest reason why I didn't like it. Not necessarily saying it should have more of something I want in it. Although if it was relevant to the type of story, let's say I liked a certain type of drama and this type of drama didn't have something I wanted out of it, yeah, I'd be like, okay, I wish I saw more of this. But I wouldn't necessarily tell you that I want the Starship Enterprise and Captain Kirk to beam down and fuck the nurse, who, by the way, was not hot. It was a hag. She was like this late. I mean, I'm not saying she's a bad person, but she came off as a hag. But anyway, in the story, Narcissu, of course. But getting back, how I like the presentation. So, I mean, pretty straightforward. I wish it was possible to read a little bit faster, but maybe that's intended because you gotta savor it. But I feel like it's very easy to practice speed reading with this type of format if you can skip ahead quicker. That said, I think it gives you just the right amount of time to kind of sit with it.
You can hold control. You can actually hold control to make
control.
text appear all at once.
And I don't know if that would have been good for me, because maybe I would have skipped through it too quickly and the ideas that were coming across wouldn't sit with me long enough, because I feel that with the pacing that I did work with, even though there were times where I felt like I would like it to go a little bit faster, there are times where it is helpful not to skip ahead too quickly. Sometimes your brain needs a little bit more time to ruminate on the last idea. Visually, as far as imagery as opposed to text, it was descriptive enough. It's okay, they're getting in the car, so you're gonna see the car. There's a sports coupe. It's a Monda. Apparently had a letter M on it, so I'm guessing it's a Monda, not a Honda. But anyway, it had enough. One of the things I also found interesting was you never see the main character really except at the end, and you don't even see their face. It's almost not developed. Their hair's covering their face, and it's kind of like a blurry sketch of a photograph. The girl, you see her maybe a handful of times. Maybe I can recall 3 times off the top of my head how many times you see Satsumi. But I think it for example, one of the visuals that really came across to me strongly, well, aside from the beach, is just when they get to the hospice and they're describing the tall ceilings and the bright lighting, and it's the clean spick and span floors, and you see that and the imagery is consistent with that description. So I mean, it didn't take me out of it at all. It kept me in the universe, in this zone, whatever the term is,
Yeah, so you think the minimalist presentation, did it help the story or did it detract from it?
At the bare minimum, I would say it neither helped or detracted, but realistically, a medium that I'm not, super experienced with. Like, I don't know what other, like, the only visual novel I can really, like, say
Okay,
I've seen a
I
lot
can help you
of
with that.
was,
I can help you with that.
oh,
Most
oh, I'm sure
visual,
you can.
so I can help you with that. Most visual
Mhm.
novels actually try to show as much as possible and try to be as fancy as possible with a medium. So
Oh.
this visual novel was very intentional about the minimalistic presentation.
I see, and Crack Dealer has an interesting point. Even if there are sometimes the UIs are different, depends. But he says even if there are sprites, you don't usually see the MC. So I guess the MC is main character.
Yep.
So yeah, okay, so that's good to know. And I remember with Planetarian, it's a little bit more visually spectacular, but like once again, both of them, you didn't have a lot of granular multi-frame animation. It was like still minimalistic. And one of the things that I think even Planetarian, when there was some animation, it was like almost like more like highlights, like 1, 2, 3. Like if a robot was chopping off someone's head, you see the robot standing there with the axe in his hand. Next frame, you see the robot in the middle of a swing, and in the third shot, you see like a head flying off, and just like a still image, and that works. I mean, that's what this apparently that's what is, what this medium, is how this medium works, and I think it's fine. Also, I wish I discovered this back, like, if these existed in the late 90s, I would have been all over these just by virtue of the fact that my 486 wasn't really good at playing video, and I used to download a lot of MIDIs just because, like, I can store way more MIDI than MP3s on this thing. So I feel like a visual novel would be, like, perfect, like a bunch of, still images and text, like, way more fun than just, a text adventure like Zork where you're reading text, like, and you have to use your imagination. Like, this would totally fit my sensibilities, and I think that I would have found VNs appealing when I was younger just because of the resources and computer hardware that I had, whereas today we're a bit more spoiled with that. So sometimes, like, I think people are, like, why would I sit through this? This is just pictures and text. I mean, some people, they don't really understand, or they don't, and I'm not even talking about anyone in particular. Like, I'm thinking about, like, actually one of my own friends. Like, if I thought about, like, if I approached my friend William and I said, hey buddy, check out this visual novel, it depends. Like, he's not into anime, although he says the hentai is nice, but anyway, he's not into anime, but like at the same time he loves a good space opera. And so I'm like, you gotta watch Legend of the Galactic Heroes. And then, like, months after I told him about this show, a year after I told him about the show, he asked me about it. I'm like, yes, that's the show I showed you. But I digress.
Yep. So, what do you think about this concept? The concept of a kinetic novel is what it's called. A visual novel that doesn't have any choices. Basically, it's a glorified slideshow. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I mean, like, that's a good way to put it. Kinetic novel. It's like, I wouldn't even say glorified, but it is a slideshow with extra edge or extra trick to it, and I think it's a great medium. It strikes a good balance in that regard, because, like, I sometimes when I'm doing a stream, I like to show a slideshow of pictures and tell a story. Like, I tell people my favorite book, and I've been meaning to revisit that since the author of that book died recently, sadly enough. But that book is a universe where there's a interstellar government called the Hegemony of Man, and they have this setup called the World Web, where there's 300 worlds, and all of the worlds in the World Web are connected by these portals called Farcaster portals. And essentially, once you put this little artificial black hole in orbit of a planet, you can put multiple portals on the surface of a planet or an orbit of a planet, and they basically permit instantaneous travel through a doorway. And just give you an idea, like, just the world building alone got me, and this book kind of warmed me up to how fun it could be to engage in, like, world building and reading the world building aspect, where, like, if you're wealthy, you could have a home where you have each doorway is really just a different world. So you could have a multi-planet home. So I walk through my door, I go to, like, a desert planet, I'm looking out a window. I go to my basement, I'm standing in a tower on some beautifully rainy forest world, for example, and so on and so forth. So circling back, when that type of story, there's a lot of, like, pictures that people either drew, good artwork on DeviantArt, as well as certainly when AI became a thing, people posted a few interesting AI pics like, hey, let's see what this looks like in AI. Let's see how close it gets to the description, you know, and people had fun with it. And I have a good collection of pictures, and once in a while, I like to go through them and just kind of describe them to people. And, you know, it would be nice. Like, I even thought about, like, recently, like, taking some of those images or making my own and putting some animation in there, because I really want to share the parts of the story that, like, got me interested into that, you know. And I think that, like, looking at visual novels, it didn't even occur to me till you kind of mentioned, like, glorified slideshow, Elle, but, like, got me thinking, like, it's kind of like, I think that's the vibe I need to go for if I want to share that.
Yep. So let's get into the story a bit. If you were the protagonist here, would you make the same decisions he did throughout this short visual novel?
Well, yeah, like I said, first time I read it, I would say, like, oh, there were VNs in the 90s. Okay, we'll talk about that later, or you can maybe tell
visual
me what you know
novels
about
in the
those.
90s? I mean, there were tons of hentai games in English made by, in the 90s. Yeah, there are tons of visual novels in English.
Made by who?
Japanese developers, of course.
Okay, they were. I was curious if it was, like, just Westerners
No,
having fun with
Westerners
the hentai theme.
made adventure games, which were also porn, but, you know, they tended to be plain old porn. Like hentai games, even no matter how depraved they got, no matter how hardcore they got with the sex scenes and with the porn in general, they were really never about that. Like they were always anchored to a story, an actual story.
Mm-hmm. Kaz sex sells.
Like one of my favorite story concepts is actually from hentai, and you know, a lot of anime nowadays, some of the biggest franchises came from hentai games, and some of the most touching stories ever told actually came from hentai games.
I can see that, because I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like, I seen some, even like with like the more like lewd and crass stuff like La Blue Girl. There's still something going on there. I mean, it's a little weird, like how that goes. I mean, because it's obvious that it's primarily you know, pornography there, but like, even then they got like something going on there. They got like demons, and this girl has to train to like resist the demons. It just so happens she has to resist by learning not to get off on it while being. Anyway, you get my drift. But I'm sure there's ones that are more, you know, that have a more serious or more intentionally, you know, serious story inside of there.
You know, the author of this visual novel actually did write a very emotional visual novel before this, but it also had hentai elements, as in it had sex.
Cool. That's pretty interesting, you know.
Have you heard of heard of Fate Stay Night, or the Fate franchise?
Which one? No, I don't think I have. What's it called?
You haven't? Fate Stay Night, or the Fate franchise in general?
No, I have not.
You haven't? Okay. Never mind then. Basically, it's one of the biggest anime and video game franchises right now. But it started out from a small doujin circle that was basically making these types of hentai visual novels.
How do I spell that real quick? Just for noting reference in case I'm curious.
Yeah, Fate Stay Night.
All right, cool. So yeah, let's well, what's the first word of that again?
Fate, as in F-A-T-E.
Ah, fate. Okay, got it. Okay, that's that. Oh yeah, it's a very interesting visual style there too. I see. Fate Stay Night. Okay, there we go. I wrote Fate Day Night for some reason. There we go. Fate Stay Night. Thank you, Google, and thank you. All right, yeah, got it. Oh, so I mean, is this like, does it lean into the hentai theme a lot, or is this like balancing it out better?
No, actually, it only has hentai like just to basically help tell the story and help sell the visual novel at first, because this started out as a doujin game.
And just for the uninitiated, like I hear this word doujin a lot. What is doujin? Is that like the Chinese social network?
No, this is not an accurate translation, but basically it means fan-made. Fan-made.
Ah, okay. I gotcha. Oh man, they're pushing the Mandalorian Grogu movie that nobody wants to watch. Just, IMDb. But that's cool. Oh, look, I got
that
a trailer
one is not
here. I won't play it right
hentai,
now. But...
it's an anime.
Oh, this is just straight. This is a straight anime. So, is there a difference between like? Is it the correct title? I'm looking at the correct one.
That is correct.
Okay, but this is the anime, not the full blown. Gotcha. Okay, so they got one that's more
the
palatable
hentai
to broader
version has
audiences.
been basically lost to the world long ago. Like most people know Fate Stay Night because of the video game, Fate Grand Order, which is one of the most popular gacha games, or was at least one of the most popular gacha games.
Here's one. Fate Stay Night is not a hentai, according to this video here.
Yes, it is. It literally has sex scenes, and if whoever made that video wants to argue about it, the Heaven's Feel scenario has tons of pornography or pornographic scenes. Maybe not explicitly pornographic, but still in the descriptions is pornographic. So I don't know what that person is thinking. Probably just trying to be edgy.
Yeah, probably that, or they got used to the new version. They weren't exposed to the old version. I mean, like you said, it's almost like sounded like it was erased.
It's not really erased. It's just it has an all ages version, which became the more popular version, of course. Eventually, it was even released on the PS2.
Yeah, at that point you gotta, clean it up a little bit for PlayStation 2 release. I mean, I'm sure there's been plenty of PlayStation hentai games, but still, I could definitely
There
see.
have not been PlayStation. There have not been any PlayStation hentai games actually.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised, but I'm not completely
that.
surprised.
Sony would not allow that.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I have a hentai game for Nintendo, but it's really more like complete the puzzle, get a picture, and then as you go through progressive puzzles to get a little bit more and more naked. It starts off like a hot clothes and hot underwear. And then I don't know, did I ever get far enough to see boob? I think I did once.
I mean, as far as boobs go, there's explicit sex scenes in Western video games on the PS2. God of War 2, for example, and
Oh, yeah.
and then there's that Grand Theft Auto thing.
My friend was telling me about the one in God of War, I think, and was it God of War or the other one? Well, he was just saying how he liked it because the women were more voluptuous, and then he went into detail on what he liked, and I was like a little weirded out because I'm at work, and I'm like, all right, I get it, I agree, but anyway, I digress.
So I asked you if you were the protagonist, would you make the same decisions?
Oh, so basically, like, what I don't know if I would have the courage to make the same decision. I mean, I like my father, so I wouldn't steal his car, but in the context of that person's experience, like I said, first time I saw it, I was like, this is a little weird that he stole his dad's car, because I can't imagine doing that. But when I saw like more of the build up to that point to the point of making that decision, if I was in their shoes under those conditions, I would like to think that I would have the courage to do that. Because I mean, like, what I found interesting was when the dad left the keys on the table and went to speak to the nurse, he took those keys without a second thought. He didn't even know why he was doing it at the moment, or at least like consciously he didn't know why. But he just felt, I gotta do this now or never. And it was beautiful to me because it was like, like that led to him walking down the hall with his bag, ready to go for all the meds in it. And then looking through the door and saying, what's up to Sasumi, having the same boring conversation. Anything good on TV? It sucks as usual. And then like, basically like, hey, so you gonna come? It's like, what do you mean? It's like, you know what I mean, let's go. It's like, that shit was cool.
Indeed. Perhaps that was the take the hot girl with you scene that some people would like. but it
Well,
wasn't.
it
It
wasn't
wasn't
about-
actually like that, right?
It wasn't like that because like she's sick, and I'm not saying that takes away from her beauty because she was beautiful in the pictures, but like, you know, I there was a reverence there and respect amongst both of them, and there is interesting that does come up in a way that, you know, he's male, she's female, and when they get the stolen clothing from the laundromat and they're getting dressed, or when he goes like, oh, hey, we should go get, you know, a shower, and then they decide not to go to the public bathhouse even though they can afford it. So he goes out, takes a couple of the towels, puts them under, you know, a faucet, comes back, and so it gives her a towel and says, oh, here, we can wash ourselves. And then, like, you know, when changing, she was like, don't look at me, you know, but it wasn't like, you know, he was trying to be lewd. It's just like, typically a dude, they see boobs, they're gonna look in that direction. Like, it's not always on purpose, but it was just like, interestingly handled. Like, it definitely wasn't like he was just, it wasn't like he was faking being nice to her to get her out so that he could then work on her to open up so that he can get laid. That was never, you know, at all even remotely a thing that appeared to come to mind, you know, from his view, you know. So you know, it definitely didn't fit that archetype where you take the hot girl and you go, or at least the motive behind it, the motive was truly more altruistic.
Indeed. Also, they're both very terminally ill. I don't think it would make sense either way.
I mean, it depends on how sick, right? It's like, some people want to go out with a bang, but in general, yeah, it really generally didn't make sense, especially with the information we had.
Yep, and she has a giant scar on her chest, which was mentioned several times.
And so it seems that both of them, whatever terminal condition they have, involves the chest. Because I remember even when the guy,
It's the lungs, actually. They both have
the lungs.
a lung condition.
Well, definitely, you know, essential organs that, you know, you will have diminished ability to do things, you know, with them underperforming. I can certainly see as they degrade, and that's another reason why the way that at least I am curious what happens to the guy, but I can see why, you know, Sutsumi, honestly, drowning might be the easier way to go compared to laying in a bed at home or in a hospital as you deteriorate to the point that you're too weak to even do it yourself.
Oh, and here's another thing from side second, I guess. I guess it's worth spoiling. It's actually explicitly mentioned at the end of side second, which basically takes you to the present time. Because it's a flashback. And then it takes you to the present time, and then you're shown the perspective of the main character of this story once again. And basically he adds one last thing. It's the same as the ending here. But he adds one last thing, that Satsumi was the only one who ever succeeded in breaking the curse of the 7th floor. And of course you understand what that means, right?
Yep. Because that curse was like, you know, real to them. It was like, you're either gonna go here or you're gonna be at home. But like, that was the thing that I found interesting once again. It was just like, you know, like in an ideal world, if you're really gonna go to hospice care, you would have as much time as you need to die. But of course, bureaucratic stuff and, you know, financial stuff always gets in the way. And I found it interesting that they shined a little bit of light on that aspect of it.
Yep. So, in the same vein, how would you feel if you were in such a helpless situation? What would you do with the time you have left?
If I had the strength and energy, you know, it's interesting because I think about, like, you know, would I go for a bike ride? Would I go on a bike ride and go in one direction until I'm exhausted and then, you know, not eat and die? Because I remember that was something Sutsumi said, like, oh yeah, you know, oftentimes, you know, one of the ways to get the fast track here is to just not eat, you know, and then that reduces the burden on the family. And she was saying it very detached, like this is not what she wants to do. She may not know exactly what she wanted to do, but she knew that, like, she knew all the options in that environment and at home, and like how to game it. I mean, she gamed it to the point when her mom went to pick her up to bring her home because, you know, like it was like time to do that because, you know, I guess they decided, oh, you didn't die quick enough. Okay, go back home, and then when you're unstable, come back here. But when her mom came, all she had to do was say, oh, my chest. Like, oh, I feel pain. And mom's like, where's the pain from? My chest. I'll be right back. I'll go get a nurse. And like in a hospital, with chest pains are serious. I remember when my mom had to go to hospital, like they went to a different hospital, the closer one, because that was the one that was closer. And the law or the rule was if you have chest pains, you got to go to the closest hospital instead of the better hospital. And so in the case of Satsumi, like her easy solution was like, you know what? I don't want to leave. I'm hanging out with my friend, and maybe we have more options here. And if I die at home, or if I don't come back here and I don't meet this person again, whether that was all going through her head, she kept her options open by feigning, even the guy says it in the story. He goes like, you weren't just feigning illness, but of course it's like, well, you're already ill, of course. But what he meant was like feigning, an episode, so to speak. And so would I do that? I don't know if I would have the courage or the presence of mind. I would like to think I would think of something cool though, certainly we, as a content creator, I feel like I got more horizons. Like I could do a stream where I'm like hang gliding off a cliff or some cool shit, I feel like it would be cool to go out like skydiving, but like doing something like one of those extreme Red Bull stunts where like you're probably gonna die from this anyway, but I probably, if I was in this situation, I would start with like making some kind of like list of crazy ideas.
Bucket list. A bucket list?
Yeah, basically like that. Mm-hmm.
That's another thing, Ronnie. In a side second, Himeko actually does have a bucket list. A list of things she wants to do before she passes on. So, anyways, I've noticed that people tend to shy away from these types of stories, as some can find them to be a downer. And you initially were saying that, right? Like you saw the premise and you were like, this looks like a downer. Maybe I'll just do Planetarian. Did you feel this way? Do you still feel this way about the story now that you've finished it?
Nah, I mean, it didn't take much for it to grow on me. I mean, it depends on how it's handled. I think I was expecting it to be handled in a different way, and once it broke expectations or whatever, there's nothing that got me. There was no reason to shy away from this particular one. It may not be, again, I mean this in the genuine sense, not I'm not even trying to quote anyone here. It may not be everyone's cup of tea. And like I said, for me, it wasn't so much the story. The part where I say it's not my cup of tea would be like getting accustomed to the navigation, which honestly is not that hard to get used to. But initially, that was definitely the thing that that made me say not my cup of tea, was the way you progress and navigate. And you informed me of the missing link, which wasn't just rollback, but holding down control to speed through parts where maybe the plot and dialogue aren't that important, but help to set a scene. And of course, if I breeze through it too quickly, I can always roll back. So that aspect, it's like, it definitely wasn't a downer. It was a bit of a triumph of the human spirit, to use a cliche.
I know, right? So, I like that. And, I like how you actually did engage with this.
Yes, I would say that inherently, if I'm going to sit down and watch something and, why would I, not, if it was something I really didn't want to watch, it would be another story. Like, I've been recommended I'm sorry, perspective. I'm sorry, I was making a post real quick. There we go. Anyway, if you're gonna engage the story, engage it. If I'm gonna shit on something, I watched the first episode of Star Trek Discovery, and then I watched the whole goddamn season of Star Trek Discovery, and at that point I had every right to list my grievances, but my grievances were there from the starting gate, and I tried to respect that show. I tried to be fair, and I can get into it about the Klingons and how right out of the starting gate, okay, they speak Klingon, great. They look completely different. Okay, maybe you want to do a different, more modernized makeup. And then they totally throw the culture, the way that Klingon culture worked on its head. And it's like, at this point, make your own fucking sci-fi show. Don't even call it Star Trek. And so, you know, I've engaged things that I truly do hate, and things that I had mixed reviews on it. And this was nowhere near, you know, this did not elicit any of the feelings. I mean, granted, like Star Trek, I come into it with expectations. New Star Trek show, I come into it with expectations because Star Trek, like Gundam, is very good about like keeping the chronology more or less straight. It's not always perfect, but like the point is that Captain Kirk comes before Captain Picard. So when you're watching Star Trek Voyager, you know that Captain Picard and Captain Kirk preceded Captain Janeway in this timeline. And when they are doing something, let's say like the ship has everyone on the ship has an illness, or they have an illness spreading on the ship, and the doctor figures out, hey, you know, I was looking at the notes from Dr. Leonard McCoy, which is like the first doctor from the original Star Trek show, basically, or not the first, but like basically the first doctor on the original Star Trek. And you know, it's like, it's cool to be able to have that like chronology where you're rewarded for having seen. Even Family Guy used to do this, where you would get rewarded for having seen the prior episodes, because like the jokes would have context that would hit when you know the reference, so to speak. And you know, with this, of course, I didn't come into this expecting any chronological order, but I also, you know, knew that coming at it from a fresh perspective, yeah, I mean, like, it wasn't difficult to engage it. Like, you know what I mean? Why not? Like, you know, like I said, like, how else would I watch it? I might as well not watch it. I mean, if I really, like, you know, hated the first 10 minutes, I wouldn't watch it. But if I could sit through season 1 of Star Trek Discovery, I think I could do anything.
Yep, Crack Dealer in chat says he just watched anime till he croaks. So he seems appropriate to spend the last of his days enjoying the medium he loves the most.
You know, Crack Dealer, that's actually a cool idea that Crack Dealer put forth, because like, well, what I would do is I would take it, if I was terminally ill, what I would do is, if I had it in me, I would build the coolest freaking gunpla. Like, you know, like I would dedicate myself to making like a really good gunpla, because at that point, who's gonna stop me from buying all of the supplies? Like, you know, like I could buy the best fucking air compressor, the best airbrush unit, all of the right stuff. I could ask my dad for money, basically, be like, well, I'm terminally ill, so you're totally gonna pay for this, right? I mean, what's fucking $200 in fucking enamel paint?
But you know, if we really think about it, if we were in that situation, if I were in that situation, I mean, I can't imagine the amount of despair I would feel.
Oh yeah.
That kind of situation. I'm not sure if I would be thinking about, oh, I should do the things I love, because, you know, I'm doomed anyway. As you know, we're human, so even though we know something is inevitable, I think there's always some part of us that wishes, you know, maybe a miracle will happen. So I don't really know what I would be doing, or what I would be trying to do at that point.
Well,
maybe I'd be...
you just gave me a thought.
Yeah,
the thought you gave me was, like what I would do is, I would sit here and think about, not exactly legacy, but like, okay, I do this astrophotography thing, so what's something I can do that, with the potentially limited time while being terminally ill? Well, I have like 7 years of astrophotography data. That's basically just the raw data, meaning like the pictures before I stack them, before I process them, before I combine, or, you know, do the channel combination where you put the colors together. You know, you take your red, green, and blue channels after stacking each set of images, because you're taking like dozens of images, stacking them. And we did a whole stream about this, but my point is, the raw data is sometimes valuable to the scientific community, and even like, you know, having no, you know, pressing, you know, thing. I've thought about doing this just in general, but if I was terminally ill, I think I would be thinking about this a lot more and actually executing it. Whereas right now, knock on wood, I'm good. So I don't have a, you know, what do you call it, like a time constraint. But if I did have a time constraint, what I would do is I would take all my astrophotography data in the original form. I would make it publicly available in one or more online repositories that are not managed by me, and basically let, you know, either other astrophotographers process the data, if they want to stack them together and make, complete images, this is the thing people do. They take the raw data from other people's telescopes, because sometimes it's easier to acquire the images than it is to stack them into a final picture. But also there's genuine scientific value. So sometimes, like using modern AI tools, even the image analysis tools can determine, like, hey, there's a new star here, or hey, what is this star here that in between these 10 pictures is moving from point A to point B to point C, and it's moving diagonally. And then sometimes that's how you discover planets, like years after. That's how apparently they took pictures on the Palomar Observatory, and they had some old image data, and when they analyzed it, they found another dwarf planet that is, like, I think between Pluto and Neptune or something like that, and it's at another elliptical orbit. So that's like, what is that? 1, 2, Pluto, Sedna, Eris, Haumea, Maki. So that's a 6th dwarf planet. There were 5 of them that I was aware of, and now there's a 6th one. And that's, sometimes certain things, like one cool thing that I saw was there's this guy, and he was stacking his astro imagery, and he had like I think it was a picture of Andromeda, a galaxy. And in one of his pictures, you see one really bright star, or like a couple of pictures, you see a really bright star. So he submits the data to NASA, and it ended up being the astrophotography photo of the day at some point, because he caught a supernova by accident that nobody else caught. Like, none of the big telescopes were pointing at that at the same time, or at least at the time I saw him do his video. Another cool thing is that when you go through people's old astrophotography raw data and you find something like that, sometimes there are images from another larger telescope pointing in that direction. Maybe they weren't processed yet, but now someone goes back and they go to that data and they say, okay, let's go and process this data that we were going to wait to process for another year because we got so much data. But now they realize, hey, there's something interesting in that part of the sky on this particular date and time. So they go to that data set, and now because of essentially because of my raw data, my astrophotography data sets, it's possible that somebody will find something that is interesting and be able to reference better data and show a supernova or something cool like that in, like somebody, maybe like the Gamma Ray Observatory can point in that direction, or did point in that direction. They see something that was not previously documented that looks really cool. So I think that would be one of the things that, me personally, with my current hobbies, and it's more realistic than building the nicest gunpla, because if you're terminally ill, you might not have it in you. But the data, it's already there, and if I were to drop dead, that data might not see the light of day. So it'd be like my last, I guess, cry out, or whatever you call it.
You were talking like a visual novel protagonist for a few moments there, Ronnie.
Wow, that's cool.
I mean, I can imagine it. Something like 7 years of my life, my heart and soul, everything I am, I now entrust it to the stars. Ooh.
Yeah, that's very poetic. And, I'm entrusting it to the stars, I'm entrusting it to the scientific community, and with some luck, maybe my name ends up on some cool discovery, like, this guy, Ron, his data is the reason we now know about this fucking supernova that's going to eat the Earth in the year 2050. I mean, I can dream. I know it's a bit bombastic, but
I mean, you can
always
dream of stuff like that. But in a visual novel story, you wouldn't actually say that. At least when writing a story like that, you wouldn't actually have your protagonist say that out loud. It's actually the things left unsaid, the silence, which makes things hit harder. But that's just a story.
Well, I see. In a way, the ideas sit with you, and in a way, through that presentation style, we would be building a narrative where, this person who's terminally ill has all this astrophotography data. I mean, heck, now I'm thinking about what's the name of the story you recently wrote? Damn it,
it's
you know
Focus. Yep, it's called Focus.
So that girl, that's like a story where there could be a tie-in later on where her friend comes across maybe a USB flash drive or something, a link to a Google Drive thing, a password, a external hard drive that somehow ends up in her possession, or maybe a family member who, comes across a external hard drive and they go, hey, I'm going to send this to these astronomy nerds, and then they run with it,
Yep. So, what did you think about the emotional mapping, the emotional direction, the very intentional emotional direction that Narcissu does? And do you think that Western writing, Western storytelling could use a little bit more of that? And that maybe it's being underestimated the way these kinds of stories are told. Well, at least that's how I feel personally.
Certainly there's a lot of complaints with modern stories where they try too hard. And I was just like recently thinking about the movie Interstellar. I was actually thinking about doing like an anti-review of that movie because I loved the movie from
Compare it to
like a visual.
Voices from a Distant Star.
Oh, Voices from a Distant Star is great too. Oh my god,
Yeah,
that one I liked a lot. That one,
Interstellar.
that one.
Compare how they handle the emotional mapping in both shows. Like I know
That one
they're
was
not
cool.
that similar.
Well, Interstellar, it's funny. Okay, so yeah, you're right. Yeah, at first I didn't see the core visuals. I love the robots the most. Like they have TARS and Case, and these are robots that look like large, like just blocky things. I'm gonna pull up an example of one because they are great. And hell, I think they even have some humor. Where, let me see here if I get. Really, we don't even need to get the humor out of it, but. This is like TARS the robot, and right now he's like almost like R2-D2. He's in a dashboard on the cockpit of the ship, but let me get like an example of them in action just doing their thing normally. These are robots that were made for the army originally, like the Marines, so they have a sense of humor. And I just need one example. Here we go. I just want to show the movements of TARS, but man, this is bad CGI, damn it. I just want to see TARS, Interstellar. Just show me the robot. Google, search, YouTube, whatever you're called.
That's it.
I just want to show just like. There we go. So that's TARS the robot right there. And like it's a robot you could build with just 7 motors because yeah, there we go. You can see like how it's just like 3 large rectangles and they pivot on a hinge, or 4 large rectangles. And it's a very flexible design, but it also has components that fold out, like an arm that folds out. It's got these 2 on Linux terminal screens. Well, I'm going to type the word on Linux. On Linux. Are the redeems on?
Yep.
Well, I did it anyway. So bottom line is, that's the coolest part of that story. Oops. That's the coolest part of Interstellar are the damn robots. Like, I mean, like they're grounded in that you can actually build a robot that does this. I mean, maybe not with the exact technology today, but these are realistic. What doesn't work in Interstellar is the following. So they have a big ass ship. It has a big spin gravity section, for centrifugal gravity. So, it spins, you feel what resembles gravity. And, that is important on a long-haul interstellar trip when you are not in stasis because it prevents muscular atrophy and things of that nature. But on that ship, they have a couple of shuttles. I think they're called Rangers or something like that. And they can land and take off from planets. And this is a huge problem because in the movie Interstellar, they start off by building the big ship on Earth and they have to launch it on a rocket. And then in orbit of the Earth, they, set up and then they go on their big trip. But whenever they take the Rangers, these Rangers, don't have the same fuel constraints as a rocket. I mean, a rocket is 90% fuel. And then we usually discard or land the booster part that gets it off the ground. And the only part that ends up in space is the smallest part of the rocket, basically. In Interstellar, the Ranger is like a starfighter almost, in that it can leave the ground and go up and down, and they don't really explain how any of that works. But even worse, there's the scenes when they are in orbit of that big black hole Gargantua, and not only did they have to escape from the gravity of the planet that they were on, but they also have to go from a lower orbit to a higher orbit, in orbit of a black hole, to get to their ship. I mean, the fuel is totally not at all there for any of these things. And so I forgot how I got to Interstellar, but point being is, what was the question again?
So I was just saying, compare Interstellar to Voices from a Distant Star.
Okay, so well, but not just Voice from a Distant Star, but just in general. But Voices from a Distant Star, like I said, it was more grounded because they didn't try to do anything that, like, unless it was like anything that was extraordinary, was explainable by MacGuffin. A MacGuffin being a writing device that makes something impossible happen. So maybe like it's an engine that has fuel that's so efficient that you can, you know, run it for longer and still have fuel left over, and, you know, uses maybe like nuclear reactors along with nuclear fusion alongside regular propulsion so that you get way more bang for your gallon of fuel. Whereas a lot of times I think like in a Western story like Interstellar, they just let the details like that, like they try to show the details, which like is commendable if that's what you're going for, is scientifically grounded. But then it's like, why even try if you're gonna fuck it up? I mean, like, you know, like I said, it's not a total crime. The movie's fine, but it's hard to take some of the sci-fi elements and how certain things in that movie are explained to work. It's hard to take some of that seriously. Like the fact that they had to discover this equation from inside a black hole where there were aliens living in the black hole or something, so that the main character's daughter could build space colonies, O'Neill cylinders. Like, I don't understand how the fucking equation and the fucking O'Neill cylinders follow, because that guy, Gerard O'Neill, already figured that shit out in the 70s.
Yep.
And on the next Monday show on Thursday, we might actually go, and I might spurg out on that a little bit more.
So, going back to Narcissu. Having read the full story now, do you think you can summarize it in 1 or 2 sentences?
Yeah, I think so. And just for clarification, a MacGuffin is a literary device named by Alfred Hitchcock that creates impetus for the story to move from comfort to crisis. Thanks, Snow. So anyway, in a nutshell, it's about a boy or a young man who is terminally ill. In the beginning, he's talking about how he has a fairly normal life, you know, all of the normal worries that a child and a teenager would have, like exams for school and different times of the year. But they talk about they go to the hospital, and this part is a little detailed, but I did find it interesting. They mentioned that their friends initially would visit them every day, but eventually they, like, after the second or third times they're going back and forth to the hospital, like, it's almost like they don't exist. It's almost like, as they describe it, I'm an inconvenient fact. But beyond that, so this person ends up at the point where now all of their treatment options are exhausted, and they have to go into hospice care because they are terminally ill.
There's a lot of sentences, Ronnie.
Well, bottom line is they make a friend in that hospice, and they decide to steal the dad's car. Where, you know, a little bit of happenstance, they end up stealing the main character's car, and they go on a nice road trip, and they make it to a beach, and Satsumi is able to die on her own terms.
Yep, basically we can just trim that down to 2 terminally ill people decide to go on a road trip to nowhere.
Yeah. That would sum it up, actually. 2 terminally ill people decide to go on a road trip to nowhere, and potentially, like, obviously they don't tell you they're going to end it on their own terms, but I think that's implied and hinted at throughout.
Crack Dealer says you were making a light novel title. You know the joke, by the way. Like, have you seen some of these light novel titles?
What is a light novel?
Light novel.
Oh, is that like a romance?
It's a type of novel in Japan which was basically written for younger audiences primarily. So it's like a novel, but the writing is a lot easier to digest. But as for light novels, there's a ton of isekai. You know what an isekai is, right? Like a
yeah, I know isekais. Yeah. I mean, I never really watched many of them, but I know of them.
So there's a ton of them nowadays, and the title usually ends up being something like, "That time I was reincarnated as a slime," or a
vending machine.
You know, vending machine in another road trip. Basically, it gets longer and longer and longer.
Oh, okay. The title just gets. Hey, Reggie. I was just introduced to the term light novel, And I was telling a story, and my friend was saying that I was really going in because I was kind of getting a little descriptive. It wasn't a short description of Narcissu. Like I was asked, give a short description of Narcissu, like in a nutshell. So I did, but I also kind of ruminated a little bit in the beginning of that description. So someone in chat says, "Let him cook. It's a light novel title." So then I had to find out what a light novel title is. Real quick, I can think of like things that were palatable to young people, like Star Trek, Starfleet Academy, Worf's First Adventure. That was like a light novel, I think, because it was a very thin book. But like, can you give me some examples of light novel titles, just really quick? Yeah, we're gonna have a little fun with this real quick.
Sure thing.
I want to have some Reggie fun here. I want to see if he got anything funny to say. I mean, Reggie sometimes makes me laugh, yo. These guys got these AI language models. They got the comedy thing actually half figured out here. So what do you say, Reggie? What say you?
Sure. A light novel is usually a short, easy-to-read Japanese novel, often aimed at teens or young adults, and often connected to anime, manga, fantasy, romance, or sci-fi. The joke is that many light novel titles are absurdly long and descriptive. Examples. That time I got reincarnated as a slime. Is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon? My youth romantic comedy is wrong, as I expected. I've been killing slimes for 300 years and maxed out my level. Reborn as a vending machine, I now wander the dungeon. So if someone says, "Let him cook," it's a light novel title. They mean your description sounded like one of those long, oddly specific titles. Something like, "I tried to explain my favorite sad visual novel, but accidentally delivered a monologue before the plot summary." End of line.
That's good.
I don't think I should ask Reggie what Origaru is.
Oh, that's actually like an abbreviation. The title is much longer than that.
My youth romantic comedy is wrong, as I expected.
There you go.
Yahari ore no seshun love comedy wa meshi gatairu. I think that's Japanese. That one. Meshi gatairu. I know there's a lot of things about Japanese verbal language, like the cadence.
So you know that the plot of Narcissus is very simple, right? You think that?
Yeah, I mean,
that the do you think
definitely
that
very
the
simple.
that the simplicity of the plot also means that it lacks depth as a story?
Absolutely not. I mean, if you can tell a powerful story of minimalism, it's like it's not exactly like do more with less, but it's like if somebody can't. This isn't always true, but an interesting rule of thumb that I don't think is always true, but is still interesting and sometimes very poignant, is that a helicopter is making a bunch of noise. Can you hear a helicopter?
I can actually.
Oh, cool. Okay, my filters work. Anyway, like, if you can't explain something like in simple terms quickly, or if you are answering a question on how something works and you got to give this long-winded answer, sometimes that's evidence that the person giving that answer doesn't actually know how that thing works.
Yep. Well.
So a well-written story can be summed up, sometimes briefly because, it's clear. And sometimes stories will try too hard and people can't make heads or tails of it afterwards because it just wasn't well written and despite great lengths to convey the story.
Yep, despite being seemingly overly complex and very lore dense, there's actually nothing underneath sometimes.
Exactly.
But over here in this story, you can see how intentional everything was, right? From start to finish. Like, did you notice?
Yeah, I definitely.
You notice something like the places they visit. Have you noticed that they're all very simple and very real places that that two people on a road trip might come across?
They didn't try too hard there. Like it was like, okay, well, we're gonna go to the store, we're gonna go to the pharmacy. They go to 7-Eleven. They didn't quote 7-Eleven, but I know 7-Eleven is ubiquitous in Japan. They go to 7-Eleven or the gas station many times, and well, not many times, but like a number of times, and yeah, like I said, like the destinations never really try too hard. These are just real places that you would go on a road trip.
Indeed. So, I think I've finished all of my questions for you, Ronnie. And of course, I am thoroughly convinced that you actually delivered on your part of the bargain. So, yeah. Anytime, just send me the episodes that you want me to watch, and I'll do it live over here without the audio and the video, of course. But yeah, I'll react to it live over here as well as give my thoughts on it. So, overall, how do you feel about this experience, though? Like, reading this visual novel yourself?
I think, like, it's another one that would stick with me for, like, a few days, a week, or two, maybe. But, like, certain stories that, like, linger in your head a little bit, and, like, a Heike story was, like, a train wreck for the Heike or the Tayaru family or whatever they were called. This one wasn't a train wreck, but it definitely was like, for some people, this would be their Kobayashi Maru, their no-win scenario, as they put it in Star Trek, and they found a way to, win.
Indeed. So, we're done with that part. Like, is there anything you'd like to show us? Anything you'd like to talk about today? Any questions for me? Oops.
See here. There was a Macross game I saw yesterday. It was cool. I was gonna show it, but then I realized it was not Macross. It was Robotech, and then I'm just like an elitist about that bullshit. So I was like, nah.
Okay.
Oh,
the one on GameCube.
I definitely guess like
Are you talking about the GameCube game, by the way?
What? A Game Boy game?
GameCube.
Oh, GameCube.
Are you talking
Macross
about
or Robotech?
Yeah, Robotech.
Oh, this one was I think it was that's the thing, like it was the same channel where I found that Gundam game with the the one in Australia with the GMs basically. That was very well grounded. This one here, I'll get the exact name right now. If I here we are. Okay,
So
there.
Snow says you can win by breaking the system or by redefining the meaning of win. Basically, what happens in Narcissu is that everyone is doomed to die on the 7th floor or at home. That's the curse of the 7th floor. And Satsumi breaks this curse by dying on her own terms. Not at home and not at the 7th floor. So that's her victory.
And like it was interesting that Susume already had it figured out. By the way, Robotech Battlecry is both for Xbox and PlayStation 2. But it's like I don't know, like the game looks great too, actually. Like
I played that.
Is it good? Is it good?
I actually like it. Yes.
See, that's the thing. I might have to try it because like I'm gonna go and see if I can download it because like on one angle, like when I see the word Robotech tied to something, it feels tainted. But that said, like I mean,
it's like 3 different anime.
Like,
I get it.
It's not. Yeah, it's not only. It's like it's a bastardization of a good anime, and it's like I get that a lot of my friends they were turned on to the Macross lore because of Robotech, and that's what they had in their childhood. So they're not like blind to the greatness of Macross on the whole, but they still have the Robotech DVDs, and I'm just like, I feel like to me, maybe I'm like once again being too much of a purist here.
No, Robotech, you must destroy them.
Yeah, it's like I don't know, it's just like, and it's just like it's like if they love it and that's what gets them in to enjoying it, so we can all talk about it and like stuff. That's great, but like to me, it's like I feel like they should be like non-existent, or at least they're not certainly not something that belongs on my shelf. And like they had an ADV dub of SDF Macross that was like really good. Like it had everything was correct. They didn't add any bullshit scenes. The dubbed version was actually quite fine, like pretty damn good. In fact, even Mari Ajima, the lady who plays Lin Minmay, voices the English voice as well, which is an interesting challenge. But she was like 19 years old at the time, and that was not really a language she was super good at all. Like, she lives in California now, and even now you can tell she's Japanese, but she speaks fine English, or good, she speaks more than passable English now with, Japanese accent over it. But of course, the minute she switches to speaking Japanese, she can speak way quicker. She speaks a little bit slower in English. Still would not knock her English comprehension skills at all, but I understand that second languages can be hard, Okay, I think I found the game. Is this a real download button? I don't trust this download. I'm going to click download again. Ah, here we go. Wow, that's interesting. That was a deceptive download link right there.
So, Ronnie, do you think you'd be interested in side second?
There we go. Yo, this is awesome. So I go click download, and the first thing I get is this. And then the second one I get is this. And then I click download a third time, and it starts to download.
So, Ronnie, I know Narcissus is still outside of your comfort zone. Think you'd be interested in side second? Like, there's actually several stories. But I feel Narcissus side second actually completes the entire narrative.
I think it would help to see side second, because it would give you a broader context. It might even answer some of my lingering questions. I know there's gonna be some questions that never get answered. So one of the things that came to mind was, like, this car is missing for like 10 days, 8 days, or something like that. And at some point, like, I don't know what happens to the guy, but let's say the guy made the same decision as the girl. Well, sooner or later, someone's gonna see a car that's parked way too long at a beach.
You want
They're
me to
gonna
spoil
get
it?
a bunch of.
You want me to spoil it?
Well, I have to, first I want to tell you what I think happens. The guy gets a bunch of parking tickets, and the police call him and tell him his car's over there, and the car's just there with the fucked up, fender because, of the curb incident. But what happened?
What happened was that he just returns to the hospital.
Oh, I see. So he returns to the hospital, less one patient, and nobody's the wiser.
Not exactly. I mean, his parents blame him, and of course they find her. Yeah, they find her body.
They find. Okay, I was gonna say, yeah. So I mean, I know one thing I found interesting was, like, when they were going to the store, they mentioned, like, oh, the bracelets. The white bracelet represents hospice care. The blue bracelet represents being, in a hospital. I thought it was interesting, like, like, why not rip the bracelets off? But then again, I guess it's like an expediency, like, like, at least make it easy to identify me if you find me, and I imagine, like, it's way easier. So anyway, I was wondering if, like, what does he have to lose anyway? But, like, I'm picturing this could be a homicide investigation, even if there's no foul play. Like, from the perspective of the, authorities, this probably, at least in New York, would be treated like a homicide investigation. And it's like, it's like, what are you gonna do? Send me to jail? Like, I'm dead anyway,
Yep.
And the dad, so was the dad pissed?
Yes.
It's like,
he was going to die as well anyway.
On the deathbed.
Yeah, he was going to die anyway as well.
Yeah, like nothing to lose, like,
a little longer.
And so, like, I guess I don't want to spoil how he passed away, but you answered my question about the car. So basically, okay, so more or less something similar happens. Maybe they didn't go into detail on the parking violations or anything like that, but he drove back and said there was no parking violation. He literally drove back with the slightly damaged car, with the transmission, by the way, that he initially abused because he didn't really know how to drive stick. He figures it out, but, like, like, I've played Gran Turismo. I know you get up to like 8,000 RPM, you got to shift to the next gear, or things start to get a little weird. And I just imagine, like, someone who doesn't know how to operate that properly could, grind up the gears.
The hardest part of driving, and the part where you can actually damage your car, of driving a manual transmission, is first gear. That's when, most people driving a manual transmission for the first time would probably lurch forward, or the engine would just die.
I can see that, because that's pretty consistent with what I've experienced in certain driving simulators. You know, once you're in the second and the third gear, you got even if the car isn't performing like most efficiently,
Yeah, it'll
it's
run.
a lot more forgiving.
Once you're in second gear, you can just floor the accelerator. It's not going to be optimal, but it's gonna run.
Yes, exactly. And sometimes there's times where, like, depending on what I'm doing, it doesn't make sense to even try to go to third gear. Like, depending on how you're driving and stuff. And especially in those downhill runs, when I go into neutral, so I don't ruin the transmission going downhill at warp speed. It makes I don't know. There might be a way, but I haven't exactly. Like, I think I had to map a hotkey to do this, to go from like fourth gear to neutral. I don't think it's. I think you could do it.
Well,
It wasn't like intuitive.
Car, if you were driving in real life, that would be very easy actually.
Okay, so then that's why I think that's why I was able to map the hotkey, but it wasn't immediately because the problem was, okay, I'm in neutral, I'm going downhill 100 miles an hour down a ramp or some obscene structure, it's a driving sim that borders on ridiculous. I remember I was playing it and smashing up cars and snow was in the chat going wee, you're going down on a swing.
So on a real manual transmission car, all you actually do, no matter what gear you're on, by the way, you just press the clutch and then you just immediately flick the stick to the center. And then if you need to check if it's on neutral or not before you let go of the clutch, all you gotta do is give it a little shake. If it shakes, then you're on neutral. Just
That makes
like
sense.
that.
So I did find a game. If you want, I can pop into the game here. But I do have a question about visual novels. So if I wanted to make a visual novel, I know they got the engines. You've certainly you've elucidated on that.
Aha, there's my engine. It's easy.
Oh yeah, you literally have an engine. Yeah, I mean, like you made it. You showed it on stream. I think I have the URL still. Yeah, I literally have it in my Google Keep notes right now. But I always like the idea of making a cool sci-fi story of some kind. And what I like about visual novels is I think it's a little more manageable. Also, it's I think a bit more palatable to start with a simple short story. Whereas who cares about this paragraph? But I'm not gonna just read my story. I love the idea of having visuals interspersed throughout. And with something like sci-fi, I think visuals it's
I think
half
it would
fun.
work very well for a sci-fi story, like a sci-fi short story. Yeah, the medium of the visual novel works.
And even talk about doing something funny with Reggie, or where Reggie meets up with Lexus, or they have to do something, or they get turned into robots. I mean, so many directions that one can go with this sort of thing. It's a pretty limitless.
Yep.
And so I guess my question would be so you can combine audio and visual while reading is primarily there. Are there visual novels where they have everything is being read aloud? I know that's optional here.
Yes.
I know in Narcissu there was some spoken lines.
Yes, but most big budget visual novels, bigger budget visual novels are fully voiced. So yes, every single line is voiced.
Oh, okay, so good. Because I was worried that I'd be breaching protocol going in that direction, violating some unwritten rule.
I mean, there's no unwritten rule. You can make a visual novel any way you want.
Well, that's pretty cool. And then beyond that, the other question I would have is when it comes to including say animation, I certainly see minimalistic animation a lot, and I guess that's generally the direction you go, but do any visual novels go further with the animation, or is that overkill? Is that where at that point you might as well make it anime?
Not at all. Some visual novel, a lot of modern visual novels actually use live 2D. So so there's full animation for the characters. And gacha games, mobile games, a lot of them use a visual novel interface, and even games which are not visual novels, when showing cutscenes, they actually use a visual novel interface, dialogue box character. And as Cerulean says, stuff like School Days had full animation. ace early on. We were just finishing up on the Narcissu talk, and DJRonnieG passed my personal expectations. Surpassed my personal expectations.
Meeting or exceeding expectations. What's up, Cerulean and Renee? Yeah, I saw Renee popped in earlier. But let's see here. So the other thing was, is it acceptable for someone to have a combination of animation and still imagery? Like, once you have live animation, do you have to keep it consistent, or is it acceptable to have the occasional, like, fully animated scene in between a number of like stills?
Yeah, like many visual novels do that as well. Like a fully animated cutscenes in between. Yes.
I find that appealing because, like, from my perspective, making like a full-blown cartoon, like I made a 1-minute cartoon with Reggie, and granted I used local AI models, so it like was one angle, it allowed me to regenerate the same clip 100 times without worrying about burning through, usage. But on the other hand, it was also slower and it worked at a lower resolution, and I needed to use frame interpolation afterwards, which worked out fine. Like, but like there's times where if you can get the cloud-based AI to do it right, you can end up with a very nice, polished-looking thing. But sometimes it's difficult, at least for me, to get like Grok to do certain things, and so locally generating, but making a full story.
Since you're interested in making a visual novel, it seems. So one time I actually made a visual novel using just PowerPoint. So yeah, you can just use PowerPoint. Like I said, glorified slideshow. So you can just
PowerPoint
use
is a great slideshow app, and actually a pretty like it is a adequate video editor. Like I've always looked at PowerPoint, like if I was younger and getting into video editing earlier, and I had no other option, but I had the ability to record video, you could theoretically do video editing in PowerPoint, right? You could put like each clip into a slide and transition from one to the other, and that would actually, it'd be weird, but it would work, and PowerPoint can even export it as an AVI file.
Yeah, and you
But
can even
I can see where a visual novel would work better.
You can even do narrations and voice clips, or even a BGM over it.
Exactly. You have music throughout, because that's totally normal to have like a school or business presentation that has background music, that has oftentimes sound effects will be things like bullet points making a swoosh noise or something like that. But you're not limited to that. And for visual novel, I can see it working because like it's standard format to have text on a PowerPoint slide. It's like the most built-in thing ever. So that part would be like super easy to break your writing up from a notepad or wherever you have it written, even if you already have it formatted in Word or the free versions. So that's pretty cool, and I mean, like I said, like, so I remember I was writing that sci-fi story and I was overdoing it on the world building.
Yeah.
But one of the problems with any story writing endeavor I encounter is I can write it potentially, but getting the visual details in between, you realize like it's easy to imagine it, and then when you're actually executing it, you realize, okay, it is a bit, harder. And I feel like the guy from the story, so you want to make a visual novel. What was that?
Yeah.
I don't remember. That was the name of it?
Yeah, so you think you want to make a visual novel. Yep.
Yeah, so like that guy, he's like, oh, I want to have this world is going to be the best one ever. It's going to be revolutionary. And then the girl was just like, well, okay, so do you know how to draw? No, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. I'll get the best artists to work on it. People will want to volunteer to work on it because it'll be so fucking cool.
Yep. It's a matter of scaling your expectations and, scaling your story down to make it manageable.
And I'm seeing there's room for that with this medium to like scale things up or down as needed to, get some kind of result. And maybe like, you're in the early stages of a story and what it reminds me of, in some ways, it reminds me of making a storyboard. And I've seen some really good storyboards, like from Star Wars, or there was a Dune movie that never came out, and it is a hell of a fucking storyboard. Like, let me see if I can find it real bit, like real quick. Because like this one, oh yeah, there's a. Is this a script, or I want the one with the pictures in it? Because basically, the guy who did the aliens and Alien, Geiger, H.R. Geiger, I think his name is. Well, he drew a ton of artwork for this like Russian dude or whatever Polish guy. Um, it was what was it? I'm not. Let's see here. Storyboard. That's Google the word storyboard. Oh yeah, here we are. Okay, so it looks like archive.org is having some funding issues today.
They always are
That's
nowadays.
Yeah, right. They really should have done that whole thing during COVID with the books. I mean, it jives with Logan's sensibilities, like oh, copyright law, f that, But like they basically like tried to do the whole book borrowing thing, but they tried to lend out multiple copies. I mean, they did. They lended out multiple copies of each book, and it was like obviously illegal. And they're trying to like argue from some shaky legal ground. And it's like, dude, you're getting lawyers involved. This shit's gonna cost you. And like big surprise they're having funding issues.
Yep.
So what I was looking for, I never spell it right, but it's apparently Jodorowsky's Dune, and I totally spelled it wrong. This PDF will eventually load, and then I'll save it to my hard drive, and then it won't be slow. But a basic storyboard, and actually I just wanted to show, what was it? Cloud City Vader storyboard, and like some of these I have in books where you got like the Star Wars storyboards are written by a guy named Ralph McQuarrie, most of them, or a lot of them are, and you got this weird looking Darth Vader. You got this cool, the epic lightsaber battle. I mean, some of these don't even do justice, but here we go. Like these are, oh yeah, there we go. Like,
Yeah.
so you can string elements like when you're storyboarding. A lot of the elements that go into a normal storyboard are things that can be used to feed a visual novel. Like here we go. Like
Yes.
some, this is the Death Star trench run here.
I mean,
And
you
it's
could
feeding, like,
literally
okay.
use just these visuals and add some dialogue box text over them. And now you have a visual novel.
Exactly. You could choose to do it and keep it in black and white. You could colorize it if you want, but like even in the original form, like this might be like a style. This could be a stylistic choice.
Yeah. And it could work. Like the text and the dialogue box could just be plain white with maybe a black outline and with black text inside. There you go.
So definitely potential there. And here we go. Mobius storyboards. Well, I don't know what that means, but basically, get off my screen, you advertisement. I'm trying to click on a picture, don't you know? Okay, there we go. Good.
Ah, this one looks like comics.
Yeah, so what happened was H.R. Geiger was hired, and he filled up a thick-ass book, like textbook size. That's why that PDF is taking forever to download right now. And some of them, like, show rooms that nobody would have the budget to frickin', do. And that's basically why this project failed before it really got anywhere. Because, like, it's like, it was like the guy making it was literally like the guy from So You Want to Make a Visual Novel. He was like, yeah, I got this great idea. And it was like based on the real Dune story, but he did not temper expectations at all. He did not make compromises. And it's what makes the storyboard so cool in some ways. But it's like, when you're making a movie, sometimes you just gotta be realistic. Gotta decide, like, how do we omit something? Maybe we allude to a particular scene or environment, but we don't actually show the entire scene or environment because it would just be, ridiculous. And these are all low res. That's why I'm downloading
PDF. You could have just written all this down. You could have just written it in. You could have just written it down and made a book out of it.
Well, I think what happened was the guy making it wrote it down and then hired someone at some significant expense. And that was the other thing. Like, the amount of work that went into the storyboard alone was like basically the majority of the budget of the movie that ended up not getting made. And it's like just being the costume person for half this shit. Like just like hiring a costume person like to accurately render some of these or to have the entire wardrobe. Sometimes you gotta like figure out, okay, well, what elements are we gonna keep or how are we gonna, you know, maybe make a Sadu car, not Sadu, what the sand people in freaking Dune, those guys. I don't know why I don't remember who they are now, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They're water suits, they're still suits. Like, you know, it's simpler ways to render those. And, you know, in sci-fi, especially, you sometimes have to use what you have available. Star Trek was, here we go, this is the actual storyboard. In Star Trek, it was like notoriously, notorious. They would use like coffee lids, like lids from coffee cups in order to you know, like make a wall look like it's covered in some random doodads and machines and things like that. So here we go. This is like the black and white portion, I guess. I don't know if it was all black and white or if it was just incomplete or what, but you know, it's just like this is like all stuff you could theoretically like use in some form in a visual novel, and certainly with AI, you could have AI take any picture that was already sketched out. This is something I thought about too. Is like drawing basic sketches of things and then just feeding it to AI and enhancing them, and then just like, you know, it's really all I got to do is tell there's a person here, they have a head, they're wearing a helmet and goggles. I don't need to go into excruciating detail. I can tell it like what kind of extraordinary background I want, and even if it's going to use generic sources, like you can get something put together that looks like that would work.
Oh, you want to know how flexible the medium of the visual novel is? You remember my visual novel Resonance? There's literally no drawings there. It's just it's just built like a chat room. You're just basically reading a chat log.
Mm-hmm. And that was an interesting one because, like, you know, like it was very like slice of life, in, you know, relatable. Like it reminded me of the late '90s, early 2000s IRC days. Were they literally on IRC in that one, or was that a different chat room?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of actually. It was some version of IRC.
Let's see. I'm just inspecting my audio.
I played it once upon an Emulation Nation episode. Somebody requested it.
That would be Emulation Nation. I'm just checking my sound. I think I'm on mute right now. I'm trying to. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, so we got that. Oh, that's loud. Okay, we're gonna tweak that.
Bling, bling.
At least it's loud on my end. I'm seeing it on both sides, so I can easily adjust it. Where's the virtual cable? There it is. Okay, we'll lower that. Now I can go here, and then I can bring the audio back up a little bit. There we go. Hopefully that strikes a good balance. Not too loud, not too low. Lower the volume of my headset. So I like what I saw in this. It had like nice visuals, and like I said, I wasn't gonna play it because it was Robotech, but you at least confirmed that it was a decent game.
Yep.
So I'm like, okay, I can give this a chance.
I like the volume of enemies that it can show.
That's yeah, I can see what like some games like they so like what you mean, like also it looked like it was 3D to some extent.
It is 3D.
So that's another thing. Getting a volume of enemies in a 2D game or a side scroller, or like, you know, some of the Macross games I've played before, that's relatively trivial. But like especially with an older console, getting a volume of enemies in a 3D environment, that can be tricky on some of these older consoles.
You know, for all the hate that Robotech gets, I kind of like the trumpet opening, the melody.
Oh yeah, you know, the Robotech one, that's the thing. It didn't have a bad opening theme, and I mean, frankly, like music is central to Macross, so I'm perfectly fine with the original one. But that's something that, in fairness, you're trying to make a show that appeals in the United States in the 1980s. I can understand why they did it, but in the end, I think you end up with like 3 songs. Like you end up with the one where Lin Min-Mei is singing about being a star.
Yeah, this is the one I was talking about. You're at it.
Do I have to like mute that because of copyright?
It is? I don't know. Is it?
Yep. You said yes?
No, I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay, well, I'll be careful. I mean, I think talking over it, keeping it relatively low helps. But yeah, it's a catchy tune. It works. It's like, honestly, like season 1 of Robotech, it wasn't like egregiously off. Like, that was my first exposure to this. And it was pretty much
the other one was a
fine.
different anime. After this war is over, it's then a different anime. The one with Dana Sterling.
Yep, that one. And like, you know, I remember like someone was arguing like that Robotech was better in some way, and I honestly don't remember. I think it was at work yesterday, and it was like I didn't get to mention it. I forgot, but like in fairness, Robotech, if you compare them side by side, they did a little bit better with the sound effects and some things like that. But it wasn't like, honestly, I'd rather have the original anyway, because that's like what Kawamori intended, and it's not bad. It's not like he did a shit job. It's just that, like, yeah, okay, they did a little more polish, and you know, when you're taking someone else's work and modifying it, you have way more time, or it's like way easier. When you're making it from scratch, there's usually a budget and a production timeline that forces compromises. In the original Gundam, there are scenes where the animation could get really janky, and when they put that on the big screen and made the condensed Gundam movie, they were able to fix a lot of that stuff. They were able to, you know, like just like replace a few scenes here and there, and it worked. Okay, good. I'll lower the sound there. Oh, it's got surround sound. I gotta try that out sometime. Oh, I always get confused by controls on these. Now hitting X to go forward, it goes back. But okay, so I think we got this here. I can always invert the movement if I need to.
GameStop you frequented gave you the special edition for this for GameCube. Ooh, it has an OST CD. Let's see, I have a game with an OST CD. It's Dengeki Bunko Fighting Climax. Game with a CD. Even though it's for PS Vita. I'm like, oh, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, insert it into my PS Vita? Nah. I mean, my car still has a DVD player.
Yeah. Dolby Pro Logic. Yeah, so I don't know much how Dolby Pro Logic worked in the 90s, but I know that when I encode surround sound, like I have like a Blu-ray, like the Babylon 5, it has a surround sound audio track. So when there's no stereo track, I use I create an extra audio track that, what do you call it, down mixes the Dolby Pro Logic too, and then the surround sound receivers can then translate that or play it in stereo in a way that I guess emulates surround sound. But what's cool is in Windows 10 and 11, you got at least three different ways to do surround sound with headphones. And like when we go to the bottom right corner of the taskbar here, and I click on zoom out. Okay, there we go. My screen's blank now. I broke over here. There we go. So if I right click on the sound icon, it says spatial sound off, and you got Windows Sonic for headphones, which I typically would use that when I'm playing a game that has surround sound support. When I'm watching a movie, most of the time, if it's some kind of Dolby or variation of True HD, I'll use Dolby Atmos for headphones or DTS Headphones X, and they both have like their own little configuration utility to tweak it. But bottom line is like, and I'm a believer in that it works, because I remember like in the late 90s, early 2000s, there was a sound clip you could download, and it would play a sound, and you would hear it on your headphones, but it would sound like it's going in front of, it would go left, right. Then you would like literally hear it or feel like you're hearing it, moving it from front to back. So there is a trick with like manipulating the timing of sound entering the human ear to make it, you know, make it seem like you're getting more directionality out of it. All right, I'm guessing the controls here. There is no fire button.
Well, it's training.
Oh, okay. So you can't jump. I guess I go to the waypoints. Oh, let's zoom in on that. Hey, are you guys seeing vertical bars on your screen? Because I'll turn off the shader if you are.
Vertical, I mean, I'm seeing like vertical and horizontal bars. So, you know, it's like there's a screen over it.
when sometimes what the shaders do is the way they work, they'll end up making a mess of like it won't look right when you scale it down. Oh, cool! I can see SDF1. So it looks like I can only walk inside this white line here. Oh wait, here we go. Oh, I can shoot my rockets now. That's cool. Honestly, so far, I'm liking the feel of this here.
Yep. You'll like it when you get into actual battle.
Alright, so let's get the baseline understanding here, and then I can go straight into battle.
Ronnie is playing.
Okay, so I can jump on top of these platforms. It's a platformer. Ah!
What up, Aris?
Hey, Aris. We just wrapped up Narcissu, and I decided to share a game that I saw yesterday in a video, and I wasn't going to try it, but I have it on good authority that despite being named Robotech, the game itself is actually decent. Oh! Oh, I see. When you move left and right, it doesn't go up. I guess. Very interesting physics. Like, the guy is a little slippery when he, Okay, so I guess that they take that as I've succeeded. Oh no, it's one of those.
Now you shoot them, I guess. Maybe there's another
Oh, that's cool. You use the right.
Maybe there's another
Use the right.
button.
Yeah. Oh, so far I figured out I could do this with the L and R buttons or with the right analog stick. But when I pull my triggers, nothing. Oops. Maybe I have to hold the button down? No. I mean, I'm sure that's what the objective here is, for me to fire my weapons.
Great. Now destroy it by pressing the primary weapon.
Oh, okay.
Take care not to overheat your gun.
Reload. I gotta reload now. Oh, I see. They only let you shoot at certain things. I just blew up a random collateral thing. Okay, it's like a real machine gun. You do short bursts.
Let's move on to another exercise.
Yep.
Shooting down enemy missiles is tricky business, but it's a great skill to master. You can target missiles automatically by pressing the secondary.
And let me know if you guys need the sound to be louder. But basically, Roy Fokker is telling me how to, proceed. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's like we're doing close-in weapons here. We're doing air defense. I'm a walking Patriot missile battery.
I think you're ready for a little sniper training. It's a handy weapon to use against faraway targets, or if you need to hit something with precision.
Okay, X and square. Circle and square both fire the weapon. Oh, okay. Triangle does that. So I guess that's the sniper thing he's talking about.
Yep.
So let's see here. Let's see. We need to find an enemy. I guess I should go back here because the enemy is probably over here. Oh, here they are. If you hold the fire button before releasing it, you can build up the charge for a more powerful shot. Some targets to practice on. Let's see what you can do. Okay, so I think, am I standing near targets? Well, let's just go into sniper mode and take a look at this. Alright, we're going to ease into it, just like playing. Oh, that's why I would want to use invert, I think. Wait, I'm already in invert. Okay, I just got to get used to it. See, when you're flying, it makes sense to have an inverted control. When you're aiming, it depends. All right, I'm holding it. My controller. Oh, and the rumble. My controller's rumble is working right now. Ooh, that was a quick and simple snipe shot. Like that was actually a little bit not lackluster. I was expecting. I don't know what I was expecting, but I wasn't expecting it to be that quick. But it's like shooting a sniper thing, so it's not
I
bad.
don't think the bullet would reach that quickly, considering the distance.
But they got robo technology. But that is a little instant, yeah. I mean, sniper rounds are known to go faster. Like when I went to the Gettysburg Museum, they talked about how most of the bullets back then or rounds would you could hear them whizzing over your head. But when a sniper attempted to hit you, assuming they didn't hit you or they hit your neighbor, you would hear the bullet. You would hear the popping sound of it being fired after the bullet got to you.
Interesting.
So I'm gonna do a test here. I'm gonna purposely miss the target by putting him on the edge of my circle. I want to see how forgiving it is. Okay, so you do have to have it in this reticle. That's good to know. Oh yeah, you really do have to have it centered. Okay, good. I'm gonna continue putting effort in. This could definitely be tricky in combat conditions if you were being fired at. Probably helps to lower the sensitivity a little bit. It's like it goes from. It's actually. Oh, I know what's happening. It feels like my left stick almost feels like I'm operating a. No, okay, it's not. It's not a binary button. It is an analog stick. It just goes from like 0 to 60 out of nowhere. Yeah, we're not touching those settings. It looks like it's a skill. We have to treat it like a skill issue, even if there is much to be desired from the controls. Because I'm not gonna go into RetroArch's settings and tell it to change the sensitivity for one game. Although I could make a controller profile in DSX. We're not doing that either. Okay, those are actually bullseyes. I thought they were big round somethings. I don't know what they were. Okay, so that makes sense now. Maybe I'm being too ambitious.
Nice shot. That's the end of sniper training.
Yay.
Let's get. So we get to go into real combat, I think. Yes, let's see.
Did you ever continue playing Free Space 2, by the way?
Oh yeah, Free Space 2. That game. Yeah. I definitely I think I had to tweak the sense. That one was more keyboard oriented, though, right?
I think it only works with keyboard because it has way too many controls.
That too, yeah. Which, I mean, shouldn't be too bad. I think I did have a little bit of a targeting sensitivity issue with that. I think I also wasted. The first time I played it, I wasted a bunch of time at making a custom controller profile or something. I did some crazy shit, and I was like. I tossed my hands up for that very reason. It was just way more functions than were practical to put on a controller.
This is the Guardian transformation mode.
Guardian mode, aka Overtech mode.
That game had really good voice acting and, the overall polish of that. Free Space 2. It's like,
oh yeah.
It's very rare that you'd find a game that old that had that level of polish to it.
I think I might try to run it again because I remember when I got the mod for it, it was like something called Narcissu or Cosis. I think it was Narcissu. I think it was a silent K. And
Is it
that made a
FS2
difference.
Open? I think that's.
Yeah, it was one of those. Okay, so this is an interesting firing mode here. I noticed that with some of these shaders, I don't know, I thought at first time I used the shader, the brightness was perfect, but in some of these shaders I started figuring out, you can tweak the contrast, and so this one has I think a tweaked contrast. Yeah, okay, so I gotta fly through that. Oops.
Yep.
Wait, how do we go down?
I think you can totally skip this tutorial, by the way.
Oh, okay. I forgot how to go down at least. I just wanted to get the basics, but yeah, I could totally skip it. I don't know. The reason I don't feel I can skip it is because if I can't make it, but yeah, I mean, it's not the most important thing to make it to the exact target because when you're in comp, I think you're right actually. Because yeah, like it doesn't really matter if I got this. Like it would be nice, but it's sort of like when I play Neon Genesis Evangelion for N64. I like to go into target practice mode and keep like doing it, but the funny thing is I don't even think the target practice mode relates to any part of the game.
I know, right? I think there's maybe one mission where it's actually used.
Ramiel. I think it was the one with Ramiel, the Diamond Angel.
Yeah.
And like that one, it's like you're using a freaking high energy beam weapon. It's not even a freaking machine gun or anything like that. But the targeting like works the same way. You get the two reticles, and then they have to converge on each other, and only then can you get a precise shot on whatever you're aiming at. And if you touch the controller while the reticles are moving in on each other, you lose it, and you gotta wait for it again. So during the practice mode, you know, the angels have like, let's say they have like 5 seconds. So if you try to reacquire a target twice, what up, Shadow? If you try to acquire a target a second time after already acquiring it, that angel will usually disappear by the time you're ready to fire. So either I'm gonna get that last green dot when I find it, and if I don't, I'll skip this because I already basically got the... here we go. This isn't bad though. Yeah, I can see how this works. So it's very easy to control your vertical, and you know, it maintains altitude.
See the blue arrow on your radar? When
Yes.
it appears, the blue arrow points to the direction of your next objective. When your Veritech is in Guardian mode, you can pick up any objects marked with that green icon. Press the special action button when you get close to an object to pick it up. Press the button again to drop it.
Red arrow button, did you say?
Remember that once you pick something up, you can't transform until you've dropped what you're holding.
Hello,
Think of
Joseph
those canisters and drop them
Cross.
off at the landing platform.
Yo, what up, Joe? Okay, it was the square button, so I picked up... Did I pick it up yet? Or, okay. So we just went over a visual novel, Joe, and... or Joseph Forster's Ghost. We went over a visual novel, and now I'm just showing a game that I discovered yesterday. Well, I didn't discover it per se, but you know what I mean. And this is a Robotech game, which may not be as good as Macross, but actually the game itself is actually good, despite not being the correct name of, you know, the real show. Did I pick up the item yet? Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't pick up the item. Let's try that again. Right, go back, down. There we go. Okay, good. Now I should be able to pick up this object. Do I have to go forward a little bit? Oh, wait. Because I pressed the button before, and the guy... Oh, shoot, you can strafe. Oh, that's interesting. Whoa. I just activated autopilot. That was interesting. I did not expect that to work. See, he glides slowly. Okay, so now we're back here. Maybe I have to just hold down. Maybe I gotta hold down any button. Let's see here. Oh, there we go. Got it. Can I pick up multiple items?
I guess you're supposed to.
Yeah, try it out. Oh, that's how you move slowly. That's good to know, actually. Okay, so let's try. What button did I press again? Was it triangle? Oh, I don't even remember what button I pressed. How about that? Square. I think it was square. You know what? Let's go to the destination and just drop it off. Oh,
Pretty easy,
triangle.
huh? Now bring the rest of the canisters back to this spot.
I'm gonna try to pick up another canister and see what happens. Oh yeah, okay, so you can only pick up one, got it. Veritech mode activated. Okay, cool. Now I'm getting the hang of this. Took a little focus there. All right, pick up. Hey, wait. Did I pick that up or drop another? Oh, maybe I never dropped the other one. Oh, okay. Wait. Let me see. Is that still there?
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna pick that up again.
Nice work.
We win.
Now for the fun stuff. Missile practice. The Guardian is equipped with light
Yeah,
missiles.
Joseph Frost is
Very
right. It is a
maneuverable
rare
short-range
treat to see me
weapons. You can
by
fire them
daylight.
by pressing and releasing the secondary weapon button.
The
Missiles
majority of the
fire off
daytime
in
hours that
funnels,
anyone
which
will
are
see me
represented by
is
those
probably
pierced
here,
icons you see
apparently.
on the left of your heads-up display.
One of these days I'll do a show early enough so that Joseph Frost doesn't have to move to Hawaii. See it live.
Well, yeah, I'm ready for whichever episodes you want me to watch. So I just send them over via Discord or something.
Oh yeah, I've been having a blast picking them because you know, it's like I go through like what episodes I have and I have all of them, and it's like, you know, I end up rewatching a couple episodes just because, like, how could I not? And anyway, I got a pretty good list. It's just like the hardest thing. Gerardo actually suggested a good Star Trek episode, like one that had good, powerful writing. So I'm making the Babylon 5 list, which is basically already all there. You know, it's not that hard to make a
You got
list.
the hang of it.
But then I'll decide or try to decide if there's any episodes that, you know, like maybe the worst episode from that list. I say, you know, maybe this episode isn't ideal, or maybe, you know, there's one episode I could drop from the list and replace it with the Star Trek episode that Gerardo mentioned. But I think I start the Babylon 5 list and then decide if there's really like if I still feel the same way after picking the episodes.
Let's try some simple flight maneuvers.
And then also when I look at my list, I might say, you know, maybe I picked too many episodes with a certain theme, and I'll say, okay, we need to, you know, change up, because I think if there's 5 episodes, you know, it's good to have like to balance the variety out a little bit, you know, like especially with Babylon 5, a lot of there's a significant change from season to season. So if I only, you know, gave you a list of season 1 episodes or season 5 episodes, you'd have like 2 completely different captains, whereas seasons 2, 3, and 4 they have the same captain, but a lot of different things in between that. Heck, season 5 is weird because the guy who made the show thought the show was over at the end of season 4, and then he finds out last minute after cramming all these plot points into season 4 that the show is renewed for one more season. So at this point now he's got to like figure out what am I going to do and what am I going to make up. What can I fit into this oops, mission boundary. And he even had like, I think Neil Gaiman or was it Harlan Ellison? I think it was Harlan Ellison. Well, I always mixed them up. Both of them wrote episodes basically. Harlan Ellison is this old guy who is like a big like popular sci-fi guy, sci-fi author. He did some work with Gene Roddenberry and Star Trek. Has some interesting stories from that time. Gene Roddenberry is a bit of a flawed man, a bit of a whoremonger, and apparently also consumed amphetamines. Oops. Okay, so let's see. I see a red dot. Saw a red dot. Oh, maybe he's at altitude. Oh, that's what it's telling me. How? Okay, got it. Oh, wow. That's cool. There's some Top Gun shit right here. I like it. Okay, so I see what we're doing here. Oh, this is going to be fun. it's got that cool reticle where you oops. Oh, I can shoot missiles. I like how this game doesn't get you wrapped up too much in the details of how to control the ship. So some of the Macross games, it's a lot of fun being able to what do you call it? Transform, I guess. Transition from like fighter mode to gear walk mode to overtech or mech mode or whatever. But like in some games where it's like you don't even know which one's better. It's like you're better off staying in one mode or the other, or not even messing with that. I like how this one, the wing, wings transition on their own whenever you go real fast, but you don't have to really manage that. I guess that's normal. Of course, the fighter from Macross is modeled after the American F-14 Tomcat, which had the swing wing design and essentially for subsonic speed or landing on a carrier, you have the wings out wide, and when you're going fast, you get better fuel economy if the wing is swinging back. And thanks to alien technology, they don't have any of the maintenance woes that you would have. Recently, I think the U.S. destroyed, our forces destroyed a bunch of, the Iranian Air Force was a bit like a airplane museum in a way of old American planes. Because they had like a number of like F-14s from like the 70s or 80s. And at this point, they don't get parts for them anyway, so it's not really that big of a loss. I mean, they still fly F-4 Phantoms. Those things are like early Vietnam War type fighters. Oh, okay, so I gotta go up. I see the way to. Oh, yeah. There we go. I'm definitely gonna use my missiles for this. Because, this guy's being very squirrely. It's like this thing on top of me, but they're mostly not moving away from me horizontally. They seem to like. It seems like this exercise is designed to get you to think in 3D.
Yep.
Oh, now I'm making myself. Very Top Gun-esque right here. Okay. It looks like they're going easy on me a little bit. Because I feel like I would have been hit. Like usually when you're lost in a fighter game like this and you're this close to the enemy, they're gonna get you. Okay, up, down, sideways. Oh, can I go sideways? Oh, I can turn faster. It's like, do a barrel roll.
What is an aileron roll? Oh no.
Yeah, I guess an aileron roll. How is that different from a barrel roll?
You didn't watch the Game Theory episode. Basically, a barrel roll is you flip forward.
Oh.
Like a barrel.
Oh, it is. Yeah, that's an aileron roll. Does anyone can you even do a barrel roll? I mean, I guess you could, but it just sounds like the type of maneuver you would do if you want to pass out.
I mean, isn't that what they do to get behind? Like, behind an enemy. Like, do some kind of backflip.
I guess so. Because, like, is that actually a technical term? I'm curious now. I never, like, I can picture a barrel horizontally. Completes a 360 rotation along its longitudinal axis. Yeah, it's oh wait, so which way is he going? I mean, yeah, it's what we're. Oh, this is even more interesting. So, it's almost like a parabola, and you're going around the circumference of a barrel. Like. That is like way more different than I expected. It's like, yeah, in Star Fox, like you said, it's definitely an aileron roll, and you just, one flap goes up. It's not really a flap, but one control surface on the right wing goes up, the other one goes down. One creates more lift, one creates reduced lift, and you get a spin. You get a aileron roll, and rudder roll would be, I guess, when you Ooh, we have actually. I want to see the rudder roll here. There's actually a good picture here.
Do a barrel roll.
And it's like you're not doing a barrel roll, and it's like I get it, like it's simplicity, and it's like, you know, if you didn't know any better, I didn't know any better. I would think, oh yeah, it's like a barrel. He's spinning like the inside of a barrel, you know, and it magically deflects missiles from certain enemies. The rudder roll looks like an interesting one, although I'm sure it's not being represented clearly here. But here's our barrel roll. Okay, so it's like almost like a one-dimensional view of that. Barrel roll attack to get behind the enemy. There you go. So you got your barrel roll, and then now he's behind the enemy. That makes sense. This is a lag roll. This is a 3D model rendered in low color GIF. Displacement roll, providing reduction in turn radius. I think I used that. I think I used something like that, because you're essentially using your aileron roll to assist with the turn. A high G barrel roll performed over the top, and underneath. Yeah, I guess that would be high G right there. Rolling scissors. Oh, they're scissoring. Barrel roll was performed at the Indian Air Force. Diagram of a barrel roll. Yeah, this is consistent with not what we did in Star Fox. I can't get out of this menu. Oh, maybe I won. I don't know. We're just going to go into combat. I'm ready. Apparently, there's three more of those. But two more of those, but I think we're just going to do it anyway.
Usually when I see like a long set of tutorials like that, I just skip them all. I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't really care. I just want to shoot stuff.
Alright, so the first one's good.
My name is Jack Archer, and I'm a pilot of the Robotech Defense
Of course it is.
I was born just before the global war.
Hello,
My
Jack.
parents
You're
died
a
soon after
completely
the war
new
began,
character.
so I had to learn how to survive on my own. Sometimes I wonder what kind of person I might have been if things were different.
I guess it's easy to write
It's
the
one of
story
my
that way.
darkest fears.
You don't have to
Yeah.
match the
Just
event.
make a brand new character.
Would there be anything left? The global war had been going on for a long time. All
Who's
the
this guy?
experienced pilots were dead. My government was desperate,
That art.
and the
That
draftees
art
started
right
getting
there.
younger.
That's
and
not
younger.
Japanese style.
I needed a way to escape
Yeah, it looks like
all that
Ichiro. It's
misery on the ground.
it's like counterfeit
So I didn't
Ichiro.
mind much when I got drafted. Flight training
He got the
came
same
easy
hair as
to me.
Ichiro or Rick Hunter.
It was like I was
It's,
meant to be a pilot.
It's Leonardo's voice and
They said I
liquid
had a
snake.
rare talent.
Interesting.
But somehow, I didn't see it that way. After a few years, the government dissolved. I became a mercenary,
Try spinning. That's a
hiring
good
out
trick.
to any nation that could afford me. I
Spinning
didn't
on my
care.
rudder or
Just
spinning
so
on
long
my.
as I
Well,
stayed up in the
I definitely did
clouds where
like
I could
one.
forget about all the
I did
troubles
do
down
one
on
aileron
Earth.
roll or
The war
a
ended
variation
in
upon a
single
spin.
day. All it took was a miracle. A gigantic alien spaceship broke through hyperspace on a collision course with the Earth and crashed into a small island in the South Pacific.
When sometimes they
called
tell these stories
Macross Island.
and they do it verbatim.
The leaders of the
This
world's
one is the
nations
same
called
story
a
as the first
ceasefire
episode of
and
Macross,
assembled the most brilliant
but
minds of the time
it's
to
not like
examine the
a verbatim
spaceship
retell.
and
It
assess
basically
the
is. I
possible
mean,
threat of
yes, it's
alien
now.
invasion.
Initially, it wasn't verbatim, and now
The
it
evidence
is.
they found pointed to a highly advanced civilization with technology far beyond what we had on Earth. Something the scientists called robotechnology.
I would say it would be cool to live on an island with a
But
ship
there
like
was an
that. But
even
then again,
greater discovery.
the
The
aliens did
scientists
attack.
found a supply of protoculture aboard the ship. A new and nearly inexhaustible energy source.
Although everyone who
used to
ended up on
power
the ship
the
ended
alien
up
machines.
having better odds at survival,
The
I guess.
spaceship was some kind of advanced
Neki
warship,
Basra from
bristling
Macross
with
7
powerful
actually
weaponry.
did live on Earth
called
during
it
and
the
after the
Super
war, so
Dimension
clearly he
Fortress,
survived. His parents
or
didn't,
the
but he
SDF-1
survived.
for short.
And that's how we get the
They
musician
began
who meets
rebuilding the
Ray
ship
Lovelock,
as they unlocked
former
the secrets
pilot.
of robotechnology. After the arrival of the SDF-1, work kind of dried up for a while. With the
That
war
is
over,
definitely
no
not
one wanted to
anime
hire
style.
mercenaries. The world
What
was
is
at
that?
peace
Yeah,
for
it's
the
like,
first time I can
what is it, like a
remember.
pastel colored
And I was
comics?
starting to get used to the idea.
It looks like my female
Those were
Grok
happy
character.
times. I had been living in Macross City, helping to rebuild the SDF-1. I was just getting
Yeah, dancing girls look like that.
used to my new life when Roy Fokker, the legendary Skull leader himself, recognized me as I was getting off
Oh,
work.
she's taking up too much of this.
We had met a few
You can go.
times during the war.
Bye-bye, Grok.
Sometimes I was on his side, and sometimes I flew against him. Over the years, we ended up forming a friendship.
Oh, he's
He
BFFs
told me
with
he
Roy.
needed pilots to join a new military outfit called the Robotech
Mr.
Defense
Fokker.
Force. Roy said they had some new kind of high-performance fighter that could beat anything I ever flew. They called it
Robotech
a
Defense
Veritech.
Force.
I made
RDF.
Roy prove it to me,
RDF.
fighter to fighter.
I like on Galaxy
One of the
Railways, they have an
military
SDF, but it
transforming
doesn't mean
fighter.
self-defense force. It
It
means
was well
space
known that the
defense
aliens were
force.
warriors, but there
It's
was
a little
one
harder.
detail that was kept
Sounds
from
cool.
the public. In a top-secret debriefing, we were informed that evidence from the crash indicated the aliens were 40-foot-tall giants. The
40-foot tall
RDF
giant.
developed the Veritech
They're basically
fighter
retelling the
to
frickin'
fight
beginning
the
of the story
aliens on
here.
their own terms. It would mean the difference between
Yep,
survival
that was a flying turtle crack
extinction.
dealer. I
After
don't know, I
my
just thought it'd be
training,
kind of
I
cool.
was
It's a little
stationed
pink,
with the carrier
but,
Prometheus
you know,
on
it fits
Macross
the
Island.
color scheme,
On
so
the
I
day
didn't
the
insist
final
Grok
construction
correct
of
it.
the SDF-1 was completed, the entire city prepared to celebrate. That was when the Zentradi arrived.
Who needs
The
fireworks? Just
SDF-1
use the main
belonged to
cannon.
them, and they were determined to take it back.
That was a cool scene in the first episode of Macross. They're just sitting there, and the ship comes to life. It unfolds the front out of nowhere, which I don't even know if they didn't know the ship could do this. They fixed the ship, but I feel like in real life, they fixed the ship up to do these things. Like the structural work that they did to fix the ship would end up ripping apart the parts that the humans
We
put
are
on.
under attack
But I
by
guess they
alien
knew where the
invaders in
hinges
Sector
were, and they
412.
didn't like put anything
This is
rigid
not a
there.
drill. I repeat, this
The other
is
thing was
not
when
a
they went to
drill.
use the anti-grav
All
system on the
forces
ship,
proceed in battle
and the
formation.
anti-gravity generators
boys,
tear
you heard her.
themselves out of the
This is a
hull.
real thing.
And the cap's like, oh, we'll
Destroy
use
all
good old-fashioned
targets.
Earth technology,
We've
and then
got
they
to cut
use
them off
rockets
before
to
they
get
reach
off the
Macross
ground, which
City.
is like
I'm on my way, Roy.
about as egregious
Full
as
squad.
the
Move to intercept invaders in zone
crimes
428.
committed by
Traffic's
Christopher
pretty heavy
Nolan
out here,
making
so break formation. Try
Interstellar,
to
which
keep
is
each
still a
other
fine
clear.
movie, but I will complain about the plausibility. Oh, that's classic Leonardo. Oh, that was really the Leonardo voice actor of. Oh, that was the voice actor for Leonardo from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yep.
Holy crap! I didn't realize that. I thought it was a joke. Cowabunga! He didn't say cowabunga. He just said like, I'm gonna do science. Oh, there's my guys.
I think the enemies are the ones in red
Oh,
on
there
your
they
radar.
are. This is freaking cool, actually.
Yep. Look how many enemies there are. Yay.
Yeah, this is not a very stale environment at all. I like it. Oh, I keep forgetting how to shoot. Oh, we're doing a freaking aileron roll. Do an aileron roll. Oh, good. He's got a nice smoke trail I can follow. Oh, this guy's good. there's more. But wait, there's more. I know he's the last one. No! I've had a missile lock. It sounds like a dialogue. Oh, hey, hi. Got you. Oh, yeah. Get into the reticle. Come on, go. Definitely love how they did the leading reticle. That's always a good sign for a fighter game when they do that. I mean, that's like a real thing. The plane will compute the lead. Get you the trajectory.
Maybe that will become a thing of the past soon with AI.
I mean, how so?
Like you don't need to manually aim anything anymore.
To some extent, that may be true. I know that one of the things that happened was like one of the things people complain or whine about, especially people who are detractors for the Iran thing. Which I think so far, like, I don't know how they're gonna get the actual objective. Like, you can't like get a revolution if the people aren't comfortable revolting against their government because they got murdered when they did it last time, and the timing was off. We weren't there in time to help. But also, you know, that being said, though, I mean, like, it's been pretty limited. Like, yeah, I know people are gonna be upset about gas prices and stuff like that, you know, but like, you know, it could be way messier and way more, you know, expanded right now, and it has had interesting implications with the visit to China. But the thing that was what was it? Like, they used AI software tools to go through intelligence data basically to select targets. So when they went and they attacked, or you know, dropped ordnance on hundreds of targets in a day or a week, a lot of those targets like would normally take a lot of time and work from a team or teams of people to sift through the intelligence and identify the targets and plan it. But apparently they relied on some AI software suite to assist with that. And I think with the school, because I think that people like often detractors of the war, like either they're going to complain about gas prices, about Trump not keeping to his campaign promises of no new wars, or they're going to complain about, or if they're generally on the left, they're going to complain about their school full of girls, or if they're libertarian, like the annoying type of libertarians, they're going to bitch about the school with the girls. And I get it. A school full of like, what was it, 200 girls, it sucks, but it's like shit happens in war. But the weird thing is where I think that it is a worthwhile conversation is that I think that supposedly one of the ways that might have happened was by relying on the AI software tool, they had an outdated image of a neighboring building, and they didn't realize that the neighboring building was not connected to the school. And so when they did the attack, it was like they were using outdated information and they were relying on AI to get that target. So it was used in the planning, basically, so far. I mean, there are other ways they're using AI, I think, or they're going to be using it in the future, but right now, I think it was mostly used for planning.
Okay.
Now, one of the cool developments with AI, and I know people, like, seen too many movies, they're afraid of it. I don't think AI planes are dangerous, because, like, they can run out of fuel. You know, it's like an AI plane isn't going to go... Unless, like, we do something really stupid, we implement, like, AI tankers with AI defender drones with more AI tankers, and they can stay in the air indefinitely. It's not like it, like, even if that was the case, sooner or later they're going to need to service their engines. And, you know, an AI fighter is not going to land at an AI repair station. At least not in the foreseeable future. And then jump back into battle before we can blow up the AI repair station.
Get up there and intercept. I'm on it.
But what I find interesting is like they have these low-cost drones. Like there's this company that makes drones that are similar to cruise missiles, but like everything they've done is like kind of cutting through the red tape and, you know, keeping certain elements of them simple. And like when we have a shortage of missiles, these drones are ones that we can load onto like even cargo planes on large pallets and drop them from the air. And the idea is that you can use the high-cost missiles for like the target, but what you do is you use these drones to saturate the area. So instead of having like a dozen $1 million missiles or $50 million missiles in the sky, you might launch $5 million missiles and like 100 of these cheap drones. and that's enough to like saturate the environment so that the enemy doesn't hit the target that matters as quickly. And oftentimes the more expensive ones can be more stealthy. Or that's another thing. One of these companies that makes these lower, medium cost drones, they're not like super cheap, but some of them have stealth characteristics. Like, they have a weird shape to them, and they are low observable, meaning they are good at deflecting radar waves in a direction that isn't towards the sender. So yeah, I can see some now with the planes themselves. The F-35 is interesting. So that sometimes people refer to the F-35 as a flying computer, and a lot of that technology, like they recently upgraded some of them, I think. But like even the older version of F-35 was still pretty new, 21st century computer technology. Whereas the F-22 Raptor is being developed like 20 years prior to its debut. So that one, even though it's actually like got certain characteristics that are more stealthy than the F-35, there are aspects about the F-22 that were inherently out of date until recently. And we're not building any more F-22s, whereas F-35s we're continuously building new ones. They actually, I think, we're going to build 400 of the F-22s, and then they ended up building 200 of them. But the F-35's computer, like one of the things that does is its network. Like they did this with tanks years ago, where you have like a network, a computer network amongst tanks. One tank is behind a hill, they can't see the target. The other tank can see the target. So now the tank that's behind the hill can, get a firing solution on its main cannon, hit the target without necessarily revealing its location, at least, not easily with a muzzle flash. Maybe both tanks are hidden because they're not using their gun. But once you fire, you got a muzzle flash, you got a heat signature. So if you can fire from behind a hill, you can essentially avoid that a little bit, which, bottom line is with the network computers, they got these things called loyal wingman drones. And so the plan is with the F-47 or NGAD, next generation.
It's already 4:05.
Oh, it's 4. So here's what I'll do. I'll see how far I get to this city. And if the city looks really difficult, do you know if this is a long level?
Remember, Macross City wasn't made to accommodate anything the size of a Veritech, so you're going to run out of room pretty fast.
Okay, I'll shoot a couple days. I won't even finish this.
Stick to battleoid mode until you develop.
Basically, just kill everyone.
Oh, okay. So let's see. If it looks too difficult, I think I'll probably quit in this level before I even finish this level. But I'll finish the sentence and then, yeah, we'll wrap up. Yeah, it's pretty late. Time flies when you're having fun. But this, yeah, I don't know if I'll get free space working tonight. But I am going to. Oh, she's getting all snippy at me. The, what's her name? Misa Hayes, Misa Hayase, or Lisa Hayes. But bottom line is that you have this plane called F-47 or NGAD, Next Generation Air Defense, and that one there is going to be inherently more advanced than F-35 in some ways, and they're going to have this like these drones that are based on the same found it. They're going to have these drones that are based on the same design. So the idea is that you have the pilot and he's hidden from enemy radar, and then he's going to command the drones to go and attack the target. And same thing with the drones I was mentioning earlier, the more primitive ones. A lot of work's been being put into autonomous flight, so I don't know, the targeting might work the same from the human perspective to some extent, but the ability to, like, instead of you using AI to aim your main cannon, what you might do is command your loyal wingman drones to fire their main cannon, and certainly at that point they will be using, AI and other, algorithms to get the target.
So now they work like funnels.
I didn't hear you. Say again?
So now they work like Gundam funnels.
Yeah. No, it's basically the gist of it, and that's gonna be pretty cool. Like, or maybe, I don't know if it's gonna be pretty cool. It could go a lot of ways, but I definitely see, like, especially with Japan, they have like problems like with getting staff for their military, so to speak, and they even built like a new ship. I forgot the name of it, but it was like a new destroyer type. Australia bought Mogami frigate, I think it's called, or Mogami destroyer, and that one there, basically they're able to do the same work with like a smaller crew. And a lot of times on these ships, you don't, like, you need a crew because you need engineers, but you don't necessarily need people, there's ways to reduce that, especially with the technology we got now, and they seem to manage it. So Another thing is like if you don't have enough pilots, you can supplement that a little bit. Right now I think we actually have more pilots than we have planes, but oh god, I just breathed in a fly.
No.
Oh yuck. Oh, he's in there. Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, that's nasty. Oh. I'm gonna try to gulp some water there. Oh my god, that was weird. I hope it's not in my. I hope it goes into my stomach, not my lungs. Ooh, Madonna. Well, anyway, I think I made the point I was making, and as for the level, let's see. There's 2 more targets here. We'll just take a quick look and see how many there really are. Wait, can I go above these buildings? Oh, hey, hi. Hi, hey, how you guys doing? Oh, give me a second. My maneuvering's a little off. Let me just get out of your way, and then we can... Oh, shit. Did I just kamikaze him and survive? Alright, now I'm just doing it lazy. Oh, yeah, you could... Apparently there's, I guess there's some resilience or whatever you call it, durability here where you can ram things. Okay, I only see one more. So what reason I want to see this last target out now is see if new ones pop. Oh crap, I'm stuck. Yeah, it's like whack-a-mole. They keep popping up somewhere. That's how this works, apparently. Oh, wait, where you at? Where you at? Go. Okay, there we go. Okay, so these are the last 2, because if no new guys pop up, I'm not going to keep playing. Yep, new guys popped up. Okay, cool. I'm going to save my progress. Anyway, thanks for having me. I'm glad that I was able to, discuss Narcissu or Navakissus. And like I said, definitely like, Triumph of the Human Spirit stuff. Like, I mean, these people had like limited options, and they're basically 2 options, and they grabbed life by the, they basically did something. I'm curious to see how what is it called? Narcissu's second decide how that goes.
Okay.
Because I'm sure that'll elucidate. It might answer a lot of my questions about it.
It's a lot longer and. Basically, it's a lot more dramatic about how it handles things.
Well, it's like that long title I came up with earlier, as Greg Dealer put it. It seems that it goes in a little more detail there.
Yeah, it deals with heavier subjects like the one of the main girls, the older girl Himeko. It was originally just somebody helping out because she's a devout Catholic. She's somebody who volunteers to help out at the 7th floor. Eventually, she becomes one of them, one of the residents of the 7th floor. And, her best friend witnesses this because her best friend is also a volunteer there eventually. And, yeah, basically she's the opposite of Setsumi as well. She's a very energetic, very take charge type of person. And as you've seen, Setsumi's personality is basically she's like a no nonsense type.
Mm-hmm.
So so at this point, well, anyways, maybe I shouldn't spoil too much of it. And also, she's like a devout Catholic, and suicide
that
is.
Part.
Yeah.
We discussed that earlier, like how even like before even knowing that, like seeing this story, I was thinking about that, thinking about how like suicide is looked upon, amongst Christianity, people in Christianity, and heck, I think Joe might like that story, especially like to me it's just interesting because a Catholic in Japan, like I mean I know they're not like unicorns, but it isn't necessarily like as popular or as prime. It's not like Shintoism, for example. So it'd be interesting to see the contrast of someone with that mindset. Someone who, while living in Japan, I think they would understand the cultural norms coming at it
know,
with a Catholic mindset, I think it would be interesting to see how that goes.
yeah. The best part is that it actually treats Christianity, Catholicism with respect, even though the author is not a Catholic and basically an atheist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the author did a good job. I can see them doing it right.
Himeko is a devout Catholic, and when she gets relegated to the 7th floor, she starts calling herself a fake Catholic and stops attending mass, stops praying, apparently. So yeah, that's the interesting part.
Oh yeah, I can see where that would go. Especially they lose their love of life. Well, I don't know. I mean, I can see where I guess so. It sounds like a bit of a crisis of faith type of story there
Yeah,
too.
it is. Yeah.
And it's much longer, like you said, which isn't the end of the world, but it is a longer story.
But the good part is that it's a lot more polished. It has tons of different voices now, and a lot more visuals. So at this point,
Okay, that could be
Satsumi is a high schooler. And yeah, well, I'm glad apparently you're at least interested enough in this story to actually engage with it. So yeah, I will fulfill my side of this media exchange agreement. Just let me know.
Yeah, I'll probably have that list out to you by tomorrow. Just review the remaining items on the list, verify, a little detail here and there, make a decision or two about whether to omit one in lieu of a Star Trek episode. Like maybe I can't find a 5th Babylon 5 episode, and boom, I have the Star Trek episode ready. But either way, at the minute, you're most likely to just get Babylon 5 episodes. But if there's one Star Trek episode, it'll be a well-picked one. And, with that, I do want to say Joseph Frost got something right here. He said, he says, Reggie is too cool to become evil. Your Grok girl, though, I'm not so sure. She got a gas mask and has a flying creature with her. She's also, one time Joe left a comment. He goes, I don't know if I like this potty-mouthed girl. He didn't like the potty-mouthed girl. So that time I was kind of going over the top. I was using Grok in unhinged mode, so she gets very potty-mouthed. But honestly, I'll bring Grok out tonight in, assistant mode. She's much more sane in that mode. But yeah, I look forward to it next week. I'm sure it'll be a good time. I think it'd be interesting to hear, I mean, I know you've seen Babylon 5 before, but still, I think getting a few episodes from someone who picked their favorite episodes or episodes they think are impactful. I'm also trying to be careful about, choosing my favorite versus episodes that might actually have storytelling that you might be able to, I don't know, chime in on it, from your perspective as a writer.
All right. Well, thank you for today, Ronnie. We're going to sign off now. So I'm just going to disconnect. Bye-bye.
I'm going to go look for the disconnect button. Farewell. Catch you later. Thanks for having me.
Alright, that was DJRonnieG with his AI assistant, Reggie. And this has been the Elle-Talk special, Narcissu, with DJRonnieG. What is this? That's her. Alright, so tomorrow I'll be back with River City Girls 2. Probably be doing some commissions as well. I'll probably be doing the line art for the No Beta commission. Have I shown it? Yeah, I was working on it earlier, so I did show it. But yeah, I'll probably be doing the line art for this one, which I finished doing the rough sketch and rough colors for today. Looking good, I'd say. Hey, Wolfmania. And yeah, DJRonnieG was surprisingly very in-depth during our discussion of Narcissu, and that proves that he actually did engage with the story. Whether he liked it or not doesn't really matter, because that's all I was looking for, honest engagement. And I got what I wanted, so I will fulfill my end of the deal. Alright. With that said, thank you for watching today. This has been Elle-C with my bestie Lexus and with our special guest, DJRonnieG, with his AI AI assistant, Reggie. So, we're going. Bye-bye! Bye-bye!
誰かの背中を追いかける君、私は少し立ち止まってた。繋いだ糸がほどけそう